goes down this weekend just like that. You jinxed it on Friday. We were talking about how it was just a boring slate of games, said one of the co-hosts of this radio show. And the other one said, well, it's going to be one of those weekends where wackiness, craziness happens, and craziness did happen. A ton of upsets to get into over the weekend. We'll get into South Carolina. We'll get into Clemson, but none bigger than Alabama losing to Vanderbilt. I mean, not in basketball, not in baseball. We're talking about football. Vandy takes down Alabama 40-35. Diesel, what would you have told me on Friday if I would have said, hey, I'm picking Vandy to beat Alabama?
I would say, Cole, you clearly didn't do a good enough job cleaning out your fridge because you're eating old food and you're delirious from your sickness of eating old food. Let's be real. Alabama didn't mess up and lose that game. Vanderbilt flat out beat them. They flat out beat them. Vanderbilt took every punch Alabama had down the stretch and just kept scoring. Kept scoring. Man, so much credit goes out to Clark Lee and that team.
So much credit. Absolutely. Did Vanderbilt play really well? They did. To your point, they beat Alabama, Diesel. However, I will say, I cannot remember a time where Alabama got pushed around on the line of scrimmage like they did on Saturday. Offensively, defensively, Bama couldn't run the football. They didn't have a running back with over 50 yards on Saturday. Bama's defensive line couldn't stop a cold. I watched that game, and when Vanderbilt scored at the end, Diesel, I thought, when Alabama scored, and all they had to do was get a stop late in the game to get the ball back, I said, Bama's going to get a stop. Bama always wins these games. However, I'm not being Mr. Overreaction in this segment because Overreaction Monday is at 5 o'clock today. However, Diesel, there's no way and you know where Nick Saban would have lost that football game as good as a start as Kalen DeBoer had by beating Georgia a week ago. In my opinion, this is as big as a black eye as you can have. In the first season at Alabama, you lose to Vandy. That's unacceptable.
Well, a lot of people are going to point back to Nick Saban losing to UL Monroe in his first season at Alabama. The difference is Nick Saban did not inherit a Ferrari with a tank full of gas, right? Kalen DeBoer did. He inherited an elite football team that was turnkey, ready to go win a national championship and continue this narrative that he wins. Kalen DeBoer wins everywhere he goes, that he's just the best of the best. He craps victories. That's what he does. But man, it's a brutal loss for Alabama. Here's the thing. Considering all the other chaos that we saw in this nuclear weekend in college football, Bama's still in the hunt. Bama's still in the hunt to make a college football playoff, and that's all they've got to do is make the playoff. Then they could go on a run. Look, Tennessee looked bad and lost. Michigan looked bad and lost. A lot of really good football teams looked bad and lost this weekend. So it's almost like it resets the board for everybody, right?
Sure.
It's almost like nothing really major happens. Alabama lost to an unranked Vanderbilt, a bad Vanderbilt team. The program is bad. You can't lose to a school like that. You can't lose to a program like that. And they didn't even fall out of the top 10.
Didn't fall out. I didn't expect them to. We'll get into this conversation later in the show, but this goes back to what you and I talked about probably in June, Diesel. Does the expanded playoff water down the regular season? That was a concern of mine. You remember I brought that topic to the table with it being a legitimate concern of the expanded playoff now watering down the season. What do I mean by that? You just said it, Diesel. Alabama can lose to Vanderbilt in the regular season, and that loss means nothing. Alabama still makes the playoff. If they win out, Alabama still controls their own destiny. And again, not to go all the way down into this rabbit trail of playoff and what it looks like and what the regular season now is watered down, in my opinion, that loss should affect Alabama in a way that it won't, Diesel. It should affect them in a way that it will not. What I mean is, you said it, they dropped out, it's still the top 10. So we'll look at the AP poll later in the program. What do they really lose by losing to Vandy? What's their punishment? You said it. They're still going to make the playoff, still control their own destiny, still in the top 10. So that kind of goes back to the point that I brought up back in the summer was, hey, now all of a sudden, this regular season just doesn't mean as much.
Well, I think what we saw this weekend with Alabama, Tennessee, and Missouri, as a matter of fact, in the top 10, all three of those teams in the SEC losing this weekend, looking bad in the process. I think we're seeing maybe a comeback down to earth for the SEC. And the SEC needs these weekends every now and again, and college football needs the SEC to have these weekends every now and again, right? Where the best of the best take a loss, they look bad, because this then resets the whole narrative of the SEC is just so good. They're going to get 4 or 5 teams in this college football playoff. Everybody else is going to be lucky if they get one. I think this is going to dramatically reset that conversation. And so now, legitimately, when it comes down to time to put together those at-large spots, because there's only 6 of them, right?
That's right.
Then you start to say, ooh, maybe there's not an SEC team that's worthy of getting an at-large. I mean, they probably will still get one, right? It'll be whoever plays in the SEC championship game will get, the 1 seed and probably the 5 seed or the 6 seed. But outside of that, you start really looking at these teams and say they all kind of have warts. They all look really bad once or twice this season.
They do. And I'll tell you this. I know that Clemson and South Carolina, those 2 programs are talked about more than anybody else in South Carolina in the upstate on this show, rightfully so. But we're leading with Alabama, Diesel, because I don't believe we let this sink in enough. I don't believe we've let this sink in enough this weekend. Alabama lost to Vanderbilt. I got a text message. I'm in a group text with several people who live in Tuscaloosa. A buddy of mine, his text yesterday morning, Diesel, Sunday morning, from an Alabama diehard fan. You want to hear it? Good news, y'all. College basketball season starts next month. Alabama fans, you can tell. They're embarrassed. They're full of shame right now. They have no idea how to feel. Alabama, yes, they have a very good coach in Kalen DeBoer, but in my opinion, Kalen DeBoer was welcomed to the SEC. And maybe this is the best thing that could happen to Kalen. Maybe this could be a great wake-up call for Kalen DeBoer. You said it. Nick Saban lost to UL Monroe in his first season. However, this team that Kalen DeBoer has should not lose to Vandy. They should not give up 418 yards of total offense. They should not allow Vandy to have more plays than Bama has, and it's not even close. Bama was undisciplined on Saturday, 6 penalties for 57 yards, 2 turnovers, and Vandy, here's the statistic, Diesel, that really, in my opinion, puts the pen to paper. Time of possession, Alabama had the ball for 17 minutes and 52 seconds. Vanderbilt had the ball for 42 minutes and 8 seconds. 42 minutes compared to 17. Vandy did exactly what they wanted to do, and I'll go one step further, Diesel. Kalen DeBoer got outcoached. Kalen DeBoer got outcoached on Saturday. This Alabama staff got outcoached, and Vandy had a game plan. They stuck to it. There were no superstars on this football team, but they played as a team, and they overcame a team that just beat Georgia, the number 1 team in the land.
Texter says, Diesel, the SEC beat themselves. What are you talking about? The SEC lost to the Sisters of the Poor, the bottom half of their own conference, Texter. So miss me with all of this. Well, they actually got beat by good teams because they have an SEC logo on their jerseys too. They got beat. Alabama lost to Vanderbilt.
It's bad.
Tennessee lost to an unranked Arkansas. I know that you guys think that Arkansas is all of a sudden some world beaters, but we've been talking for the last year that their head coach is about to lose his job. A&M undervalued. I'll give you that. A&M undervalued. They should not have been number 25, and I believe we even talked about that last week. What is up with the discrepancy in the rankings of these 2 teams? As a matter of fact, I specifically remember asking Chris Phillips, what is up with the discrepancy in these 2 teams? I didn't think there was any way, shape, or form that Missouri should be inside the top 10. And I thought it was completely ludicrous that Texas A&M was number 25 in the country. I thought those 2 teams were actually way closer than what the AP polls said they were going into last week. Texas A&M was the only legitimate loss. Outside of that, you're losing to garbage teams. Your best are losing to garbage teams. Miss me with the, oh, we're just really good top to bottom. We're beating ourselves up. No, you're flat out wrong about that, and you're reaching, Texter, and you know it.
Wesley Roberts on the Facebook stream says, I agree. If they win out or lose a close game in the SEC championship, they probably sneak in. This was me talking about Bama and the expanded playoff. But had they been undefeated and not lost to Vandy, I think the SEC championship is pointless beside playoff rankings. Wesley, that goes back to my point that I was making. And again, it's not just Alabama this weekend. It was a host of teams. Diesel mentioned Tennessee. Vanderbilt and Arkansas being the winners, Diesel, after this weekend wasn't something we had on our bingo card. Missouri getting absolutely rolled by A&M 41-10, and then Michigan losing to Washington, Minnesota beating Southern Cal. There were upsets galore this weekend, and I think we talked about it last week. I said maybe it's a down weekend, and your response, Diesel, was, well, maybe it'll be a weekend of chaos. A weekend of chaos It was.
Texter says Vanderbilt is not a horrible team this year. Yes, they lost to Georgia State. Stop right there. Texter, stop right there. You don't lose to Georgia State. You don't lose to Georgia State. You're in the SEC. You get $50 million a year. A year. You know how much Georgia State gets in their TV revenue? Like $1 million. You have 50 times more revenue than them just by the patch on your jersey. So I don't want to hear this. Well, yeah, they lost to Georgia State, but they're actually pretty good. No, they're not. No, they're not.
Buckeye Mike says SEC overrated. OH, go Bucks. Big Ten is greater than the SEC, says Buckeye.
Well. Your number 10 Michigan lost this weekend, too, on the road at an unranked team. So pump those brakes there, Texter.
Texter says, good weekend to be a Notre Dame fan. It's fascinating when you look at all the upsets. Diesel, again, Alabama, Minnesota beating USC, Washington beating Michigan 27-17, as you just mentioned. A&M absolutely boat racing Missouri. Of the upsets, Arkansas and Tennessee, I know that we had some big ones. I just don't know that we're really putting enough emphasis on how bad of a coaching performance Alabama had. We're going to get to the phones, 844-FAN phone, 844-326-3663. You can text the show anytime, 71307. Start your text with the word fan. Again, that's 71307, keyword fan. I'm not saying it's time to jump off the Kalen DeBoer train, Diesel, by any means. However, this is to me an unacceptable start. Even though you beat Georgia, who was number one, right? You took down the Bulldogs. You took down Kirby Smart. You looked really good a week ago. It's unacceptable, in my opinion, to have the talent that you have on that football team, on that roster, and you cannot beat Vanderbilt. Is Vanderbilt improved? Yeah, they're improved. But it's not even close when you look at the roster comparison side by side, Diesel, of how much talent Alabama has and how much talent Vanderbilt has. It's embarrassing. I don't think Alabama fans are going to give up on Kalen DeBoer this early. But boy, you hope and pray, if you're an Alabama fan, that this is a blip in the radar and not a continued trend.
So just for the sake of argument, I decided to go back and look at Kalen DeBoer's first year at Washington, 2022. They lost 2 games that season, including a road loss to an unranked UCLA, and they were number 15 at the time, followed by a road loss at unranked Arizona State at the time, 40-32. 45-38 were the final scores of those 2 football games. So it is not ridiculous to say Kalen DeBoer loses games in his first year at a big school. He should have won those 2 football games in 2022 at Washington. He was rolling people going into that game. Blew the doors off Kent State and Portland State. You know, the ones that really overinflate the idea of who a team is early in the season. Blew the doors off Stanford, a conference opponent. Followed that up. 10-point win against Arizona. 7-point win against Cal. 3-point win against Oregon State. 3-point win against Washington. So pump the brakes. I know that we're not speaking to a ton of Alabama fans in the audience. Pump the brakes. Don't be stupid. Obviously, they're not going to fire him. You fans who are saying this, you say this because you're having a knee-jerk emotional reaction. Administrators around you, they have to think things through a little more logically, a little more slowly. They gotta play the long game. Losing to Vanderbilt is not the end of the world.
It's not.
Especially when you consider all of your goals are still in front of you for the rest of the season.
And that goes back to the point, though. Like, we praised the playoff expansion, Diesel. You said it. All of Alabama's goals are still there. And I'm not saying this is wrong. I'm not saying we made the mistake of expanding the playoffs. All I'm doing is I'm asking, is this what you college football fans want? Tolo's out there. Text line 71307. Is this what you want? College football with the expanded playoff gives Alabama Diesel the chance to lose to Vandy, an unranked team, as the number one team in the country, and nothing happens, nothing changes. There's no falling out of the top 10. There's no falling out of the playoff. They're still going to make it. Like, that's what I mean by watered down. How is this not a watered down regular season? Yeah, we still watch the games. Yeah, we still love the competition, and we love the upsets. But what's the point in these games? And I just hope this isn't a continued trend as we continue to see more and more upsets, yet these teams are still going to get in the postseason.
If you're arguing for college football playoff contraction, you're speaking to a room full of people who agree with you. I didn't like the expansion in the first place. I don't like the fact that we're in this 12 with buys. I don't like it. I mean, I went to a school that was FCS at the time, and we had a playoff. And yeah, you could lose a game in the regular season and still get in. There were years like when App State won 3 national championships in a row, they lost games every single one of those seasons. They lost games that they shouldn't have lost every single one of those games of those seasons. It is what it is. We're in this room now, right? Like we can't.
Oh, we're here.
We can't change it.
No doubt.
And I guarantee you, Cole, they will never contract this thing back down to 8.
I don't think so.
It will only ever expand. The only way this changes is if there's massive overhaul in the way we do things in college football. Super leagues, where only those 2 super leagues get to play off for a national championship. That's the only way this is happening. But guess what? They're going to turn around and expand this thing down the road as well.
Who do you think, before we run, of the teams that crap the bed this weekend, right? Alabama, Tennessee, Missouri, and they just got absolutely demolished. Michigan and USC, Southern Cal. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams. 5 huge upsets. Of the 5, who's in the worst shape? Who's in the best shape?
Who Amber Hearded the bed the worst?
Right. I believe there are teams on this list of 5 that are in pretty bad shape. And Diesel, I'll give you my 5. I think of the 5 upsets, there's nobody in worse shape than Missouri, who just absolutely got run off of the field. I don't know who my 1 is yet, who's in the best shape. I don't think it's Michigan. Maybe it's Tennessee. Maybe it's Alabama. But I think Missouri's absolutely by far of the 5 upsets in worse shape. They weren't even competitive. Their schedule sucks. They haven't looked good at all this year, and we talked about it. They can't have slip-ups or they're not going to be in the playoff.
Yeah, I look at their next couple of weeks, Cole. I mean, they play at UMass. Just fathom that for a moment.
It's so bad.
Fathom that for a moment. An SEC team, Missouri, is going on the road to play at UMass, which is ridiculous.
On the road?
Yeah, on the road. Then they play Auburn at home in Columbia. So, I mean, there's no reason to believe right now that Missouri won't win 2 in a row, and they'll be back there at, 6-1. And then things get difficult from there out. They play Alabama on the road.
That's a loss.
Bye week, Oklahoma at home, South Carolina in Columbia, South Carolina, and then at Mississippi State.
Yeah, they could lose 2 more.
Followed by Arkansas in Columbia, Missouri. Yeah, I mean, there's no way they come out of this without at least 2 losses.
Right.
I mean, they could lose Honestly, they could lose to Auburn. They could lose to Alabama. They will lose to Alabama. They could
South
lose coming
Carolina?
off a bye. No, not after that performance we saw.
I don't know,
from
man.
South Carolina.
I think South Carolina still has a chance to beat Missouri.
Okay, we're going to talk about South Carolina next on the other side. I asked the question. It was playing on the promo all weekend long. Win or lose, did South Carolina at least turn in a top 25 performance? Because we felt like they were right there on the cusp of being a top 25 team. It's ludicrous to even ask the question, did they have that performance? No. And Shane Beamer crapped the bed himself. Shane Beamer failed this team multiple times this week. We'll talk about that next on the Fan Upstate. talk South Carolina and the debacle in Columbia in this segment. Before we get there, let's go to the phone and have our Daily Dewey, who I know is a South Carolina fan. Shane Beamer forever or something like that. Dewey, how you feeling today?
Y'all need to leave Shane Beamer alone. He didn't play the game. He just coached. The players suck. They all need to be replaced. And you know what, Clemson? Clemson gave the transfer portal a big middle finger, and Mike Norvell too.
Thank you, Dewey.
Good things. Good things, Dewey.
Yeah, get rid of all those 4 and 5 stars all over the field. Don't need those guys. Don't need those guys suck. No, Shane Beamer, what the hell was he thinking? Going for it, going for it on a fake punt in the first quarter against Ole Miss. I understand that you feel like you need to have a couple of sudden change of momentum plays in that ball game. Like you feel like you got to play really well, and you got to get lucky with a break once or twice, or throw a trick play at them. But that early in the football game, it just left me scratching my head. What in the hell was Shane Beamer thinking on Saturday? Final score 27-3, and honestly, Cole, it didn't even feel that close. It didn't feel like a 27-3 football game. It did not feel like a 24-point football game. It felt like a 35-point win for Ole Miss, because at no point in that game did South Carolina even look competently able to walk down the field and put points on the board.
You know, I've always said, Diesel, or I've always been under the belief of when you go for it early in the game, especially against a big opponent, right? When you're going against a big daddy and you go for it early in the game, I have always been under the belief that shows a huge amount, a great amount of timidness, if you will.
Timidity, I think.
Timidity. Great pickup. It shows timidity. It shows that you're scared. It shows that you don't have belief, Diesel, to go and play your game. I've always believed that. I've never liked coaches in big games going forward early. It just shows that you're scared. It shows that you're a coward out of the gate. I don't trust our game plan, so I've got to run a fake punt. The guy was lined up right behind the center. I mean,
it wasn't even close.
Was terrible. Ole Miss sniffed it out, and I felt like, you said it, we talked about it before the show, I felt like that set the tone for the entire game. Pin them deep. Your defense is good. Show your defense that you believe in them and let them get a stop. Instead, I'm telling you what, I've been high on Shane Beamer this year, Diesel, but I felt like that was the worst decision he's had as the head coach of South Carolina in a long time.
Yeah, I don't normally like to question play calling, and fans love to question play calling, right? It's low-hanging fruit because, I mean, let's be real. Dowell Loggins, as much as you may dislike him, and after that performance, I understand. I completely get it. But that dude has forgotten more football than most of us will ever know, right? If you rebuild carburetors for a living, you're in no position to really have an intelligent opinion when it comes to what a play call should be, right? It's based on a week of preparation, a week of scouting, a week of looking at matchups. If we get this matchup, we think we can hit with this. But for the very first time, I started looking at play calling in that game, especially first down play calling.
Yeah.
And I was just scratching my head. Like, again and again and again, you get stuffed on that zone read play on first down. So you keep running it again and again and again. It's almost like you were saying to yourselves, well, they've stopped it 5 times. There's no way they think we're going to do it again, right? They must think that we're going to try something different.
It's just
so we're going to do the opposite of that and keep doing the same thing. I mean, if you're a South Carolina Gamecock fan, I understand why you are as frustrated as you were. And honestly, I feared for my buddy Brad's television on Saturday. I was over at his house watching that game, and I thought there's no way a beer bottle or a beer can is not getting thrown through that TV at some point in this game. But it was an ugly performance for South Carolina in that game. I think maybe the only good thing South Carolina fans can walk away from that game feeling good that Juice Wells didn't get his touchdown, that Juice Wells fumbled the ball inside the 5-yard line. It went out the back in the end zone. Bam, touchback. Juice Wells did not get to get his revenge on you. He did not get to punk you one more time before he left Columbia, South Carolina for the last time. But, man, that was just flat out disgusting to watch. Lenore Sellers, 20 for 32, 162 yards, and an interception. His decision-making was all over the place. All over the place. We had a texter earlier, I don't remember who it was, said, how do you Gamecock fans feel about your quarterback god now? Well, he was running the ball when he should have thrown it. He was throwing it when he should have tucked it and run the ball. I mean, his decision-making literally all over the place, and I couldn't figure out what was going through Lenore Sellers' mind half the time.
No, I'm with you. Listen, what I feared, Diesel, what we talked about on Friday, the fear that I had, I don't know if you remember or not, but I have the audio. The fear that I had on Friday, 110% came true. I worried about the offense. I worried about Dowell Loggins. And in fact, I said, I don't think this offense is going to find success, whether it's this week or against Alabama. Here was a recap from our show on Friday. I just do believe at some point, if we can get past Lenore Sellers, you brought up Lenore Sellers.
Mm-hmm.
If we can get past that, at some point this season, I've been saying this for quite a few days now. Is South Carolina good? They are good. Are they improved? In areas, especially in offensive line, I think they are. I think they'll get better. However, I still think at some point, Diesel, whether it be during this game or whether it be next week in Tuscaloosa, I believe at some point this season, we're going to see very soon that South Carolina's offense has issues. That was Friday.
Yeah.
We saw Diesel on Saturday. They have major issues. Like, not just, they're going to be fine issues. Their offense has major issues.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what the answer is. I don't know how you go beat Kentucky the way you did. And the offensive line played well that game, and their defense balled out. But this offense, all of a sudden, from the great start they had, Diesel, and played really good against LSU, they're in a spot now where they question what's happened.
Completely different football team.
It is.
Completely different football team from what we saw 2 weeks ago against LSU, 3 weeks ago against Kentucky. Well, 4 weeks ago now.
Yeah,
completely different team. Just shaking my head. Rocket Sanders couldn't get loose. Wide receivers played okay. I mean, Mazeo Bennett had a good day. Vendravius Jacobs, he had one good catch for 17 yards. The receivers weren't bad, but when you can't run the football, you're not going to be successful in the passing game. It's just how it works. And then, of course, Cole, we can't talk about that game without talking about the bonehead of the week play. Dylan Stewart finally gets himself a big stop, and then he mocks an execution on Jackson Dart, shooting him in the face with finger guns, 15-yard penalty, first down.
What in the world?
And then he did it again. He did it a second time.
Yeah.
If I'm Shane Beamer, I'm sitting his ass down. Sorry, bro. I know we need you against Alabama, but sit your ass down. You will not play for me this week.
It's bad.
I mean, how do you make that dumbass decision twice?
Yeah.
I mean, at least the second time it was towards his own teammates. But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Shane Beamer, if you have an ounce of integrity in you, sit Dylan Stewart's punk ass down for a week.
I'll tell you this. I don't have a problem celebrating after a big play, but the manner in which he celebrated for me is what, that's where I have issue. Look, these guys are 18, 19, 20-year-old kids. Celebrating is going to happen. If he gets up from that play, Diesel, and he just celebrates in a normal manner, I don't really have a huge issue with it, right? Is it dumb? Yeah, it's dumb. But shooting a dude like
if he jumps up and does finger guns to the sky, that's one thing. But he stands over the opposing quarterback when you're down like 3 touchdowns at the time, by the way, and goes in the face.
That's a bad look.
Come on, dude.
That's a bad look.
Come on, dude. There was so many bad looks in that game.
There were.
The terrible call and the terrible execution on the fake punt. There was 2 instances of Dylan Stewart being a DA. And then, of course, we had all of the, I don't want to call them fake, but all of the Ole Miss players going down, pausing the game, slowing things down. Look, I mean, I don't know about you, Cole, but I don't have X-ray vision. Like, I can't look into somebody's leg and tell you that there's a contusion or that there's not a contusion going on in there. I can't look at somebody and say his muscles are cramping, his muscles are not cramping. But when it happens to the level that it happened, and when it happened to the same player, like 4 times in the same game, the same player goes down and needs to be helped off the field immediately following big plays for South Carolina. The SEC has got to do some investigating into this. They've got to stop it. As a matter of fact, Shane Beamer was asked about this in the post-game press conference. Here's what Shane had to say.
First of all, I hope all those guys are okay, for sure. We had some guys that had some injuries as well. And, Boogie and Jules went down a couple times, and I hope they're okay. I hope they're okay. It's remarkable to me how many, maybe it's something there's, and listen, I got my own problems. We just got our butts kicked 27-3. But it's fascinating to me how many injuries occur for them after the opposing offense makes a first down.
He almost called out the strength coach.
Or has a big play.
He's right. Yeah.
And you go back and watch the Wake Forest game. It happens a lot to the same guy. You watch the Kentucky game. It happens a lot. So certainly we'll look at the tape. And there's not much the officials can do during the game, but certainly it's a thing that, we discussed with, or we'll discuss with the people above us as well. But again, I got my own problems on our own team right now. But I think if it's the timing of some of the injuries, it's a really bad look for college football. And it's not what this game's about.
I appreciate his restraint. I appreciate his ability to not flat out call him out. I mean, he came as close as you possibly can without saying those cheating SOBs over there are going down, delaying the game. You know it. I know it. Lane knows it. The officials know it. Greg Sankey knows it. He didn't go that far. He should have, because it's a big problem with Ole Miss.
He's 100% right, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it was after first downs, Diesel. And look, you said it. Maybe those guys did get hurt. We're not doctors. Yeah. However, come on, man. Come on. And then you get mad when the crowd boos when someone's injured and there's someone really injured. That's bad. That's really bad look. Michael in Simpsonville says it looked like we were drawing up plays in the dirt. It was as if I was watching the neighborhood kids play football in the cul-de-sac. Michael in Simpsonville, appreciate that. Texter says, I am so sick of Shane Beamer. His entire tenure has been empty words and no results. The decisions he made at the start of the game Saturday were JV. Wow. Texter from the 803 coming in strong there, Diesel. I can't push back. We're going to run to a break. However, I like what Shane Beamer said in that audio you played. I do have issue with something that he said, though, in the postgame press conference. I'll tell you what I have issue with. I also will ask you how you did this weekend and your upset pick. Don't ask me. Don't ask me. Just don't. Don't ask Diesel. We're going to ask you, okay?
Are you back at 0 yet?
Negative. Oh, -0. Negative. We'll get to that next. Make sure you get your Overreaction Monday ready. 5 o'clock today. It's Overreaction Monday. Your best overreactions as well as mine and Diesel's coming up at 5 o'clock. I want to get to the upset picks and how you did this weekend. But first, I want to get to something that I do have issue with, Diesel, when it comes to Shane Beamer. We know that Shane Beamer is on a constant teeter-totter with the Gamecock fan base, and the way that the fan base's emotion goes up and the way that it goes down. And we know that the SEC is a week-to-week league where things change very, very quickly. We get that. However, I do have major issue with something from Shane Beamer, and I heard in the post-game press conference on Saturday, and Shane Beamer started off, and a lot of people might disagree with me here and say that they like this part of Shane Beamer, but I find major issue that Shane Beamer continues to take the blame for these losses. Like, my whole philosophy, my ideology on this issue is, Diesel, if you continue to make the same mistakes over and over and over and over and over, and you continue to come into the post-game presser, and you continue to say, this is on me, this game's on me, I take ownership, I'm to blame. At what point do you get better? At what point do you hire better assistants and actually improve? Your first year, your second year, I'm okay with it. Come in, give us your sad story, tell us how it's on you. But at some point, dude, like, let's get better and actually, okay, if it's on you, from then, what do we do to improve? Because we're just not seeing that. I thought the coaching Saturday was horrible.
Well, it comes to the point, when does the athletic director start to believe you? How many times does Shane Beamer have to say, or any coach for that matter, how many times does the coach have to say, this is on me, this falls on me, our lack of preparation, our bad execution, all of that falls on me? At what point does the AD say, you know what, you're right, it does fall on you, and you're out of here? Because Shane Beamer has been given time, not a ton of time. I'm not admitting that South Carolina is an easy job. It's a tough job, right? That's why it will take a very special person to turn South Carolina football back around and have them as a consistent 8-9 win type of football program.
Yeah.
Right. But South Carolina and Shane Beamer has had time to shuffle the deck chairs. He's hired a different offensive coordinator. Is Dowell the third OC that he's dealt
Satterfield,
with? Or just the second?
No, I think it is the third.
Okay.
It's the third. I'm pretty sure.
Either way, he's been able to shuffle the deck chairs at his key position coaches and his coordinator jobs. And at some point, and maybe the question is, what is that point? I'm not willing to say he deserves to be fired for a bad performance against Ole Miss, but I think it does point to the fact that Shane Beamer can motivate this team to do great things. He also can very easily let this program and their preparation slip to the point where it might be indicative of the fact that he's not the right guy.
Yeah. And it's the second, by the way. Okay, so I agree with you. Dow Loggins, in his second season, Diesel, you said, is still like somewhat early in Shane Beamer's tenure. However, I'm willing to say today, on October the 7th, Dow Loggins has to go. You've got to fire him. You've got to get rid of him. At the end of the season, you've got to part ways with Dow Loggins. I know he was in the NFL. I know he was an OC and a tight ends coach and has all this NFL experience. And
but he wasn't very well liked in the NFL.
Well, he wasn't good.
He wasn't good.
My whole thing is, if you want to take the program to the next level, you've got to trim fat. And I understand that a guy like Dow Loggins would be loved and appreciated and adored at many other programs, but it's just not working. It's not working at South Carolina. He's not the answer. Gamecock fans are fed up with him. And if Shane Beamer wants to continue to buy himself time, he's got to make a change there. I think Shane Beamer has to own his mistakes, find ways to get better, forget his friends who are on his staff, trim the fat, and hire the guys you need to hire to go win these games against LSU and Ole Miss, because you're not getting it done. Kentucky on the road's not good enough. You've got to keep improving. Now, how'd you do on the upset picks this weekend. Don't ask me that question, please, Diesel, because I don't want to. You know how when you were in school and you were embarrassed and you were kind of sitting in the back hoping the teacher wouldn't call on you because you didn't do the homework, you didn't read the book. That's how I feel today. Just don't call on me, please. Please don't ask about Purdue, because Purdue absolutely, you know what, the bet on Saturday.
Yeah, look, my pick didn't hit either.
Okay,
so
that makes me feel
I don't
better.
have a whole lot of room to talk trash. But my pick at least was mildly competitive in that football game because I took Duke over Georgia Tech. Final score of that game was 24-14.
Okay.
Lost
Close
by
game.
10 points. Yeah. So, competitive in that football game. Touchdowns, 2 touchdowns in that game.
It wasn't Purdue's score.
No. What was Purdue's final?
4,600. No, I'm kidding. No, let me see. It was bad. I literally
Have you blocked it out of your mind?
Yes.
Have you already forgot about it?
Really
52-6. 52-6. To a 2-2 Wisconsin.
Oh my God, that's bad.
They gave up 21 points. They gave up 3 touchdowns in the third quarter.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Cole, that's bad.
That's bad.
We do have some phenomenal stats,
okay.
and we appreciate our on-staff statistician. Well, I can't really call him on staff because he's not getting paid for this. If I say on staff 2 more times, we actually have to put him on staff.
That's right.
Dan B has sent me a couple of really interesting stats for this week's picks, and we will get to the leaderboard at some point in the show today. Don't worry, Tolos. But he said 20 people picked South Carolina. That was by far the most commonly chosen game. Very often that does not hit. That does not hit.
The most common game.
And that's pretty common anyway. In most years, I'm not throwing shade here. South Carolina is an underdog a lot. And we have a lot of Gamecock Tolos and P1s of the station who will pick South Carolina just based on their heart. But it doesn't work out for them very often. We had one Tolo pick Vandy over Alabama. 23 points he received this week for that pick.
No way.
Unbelievable. I don't know that he
tweeted at us.
I don't know that he had any points before that, which, by the way, the graphic, if you want to see the graphic for the picks, it's up right now. But he jumped all the way to, I got to find out where he is on the leaderboard, but he's up there.
And who was it?
That was James Owens.
James.
And we've got 9 new Tolos who made the board this week. That's awesome. We have a total of 96.
Wow.
Tolos.
Let's get 4 more.
Who have picks on the board, who have points on the board. That is gigantic. 96. That's more Tolos than we have playing this game in years gone by. Gone by. So congratulations to him. By the way, that James Owens has jumped all the way up to 13th place with 1 great pick.
Wow. How about that?
Wow. That's incredible. When we come back, Cole, we saw yesterday that no matter what Carolina Panthers thought, no matter what they dreamed and wished for, Andy Dalton is not a magic bullet that is going to fix the Carolina Panthers, and we'll talk about it next. Shout out to our Tolos, Chase Hawkins and Wesley Roberts, who are watching right now live via the Facebook page at The Fan Upstate. Ayatollah of Rock and Rolla, he's watching on YouTube, as is Magcraft, as is Tyler, and Shadow of Death Valley as well. Jump into the stream. Watch the show live on Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube. We put them all up at The Fan Upstate on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Be a part of the show. Chop it up with other Tolos. It's fun.
111 right now, Diesel.
Shadow of Death Valley's over there talking. Yeah, we got 111 Tolos watching the show. Shadow of Death Valley chopping it up, talking some trash to the South Carolina Gamecock contingent that's in that stream. That's what makes it fun, right? Like, we're all here on the same team. We're all on the same page. We're all Tolos together.
I've seen a lot of trash talking the last hour, Diesel, on the stream.
Shadow says, it's back to the good old days. Clemson in the top 10 and Gamecocks losing and whining about the schedule.
Stephen Webb says, and me on Facebook.
Don't forget about the referees too, Shadow of Death Valley. But that's there's some legitimacy there.
A little bit. I think so.
And Stephen Webb, who's watching on Facebook.
What's
Thank
up,
you, Stephen
Stephen?
Webb. Stephen, I just kind of scrolled up a little bit and caught as many of the Tolos that I could in like one little section of the chat. So
the other 115
sorry.
are like,
Yeah.
Diesel. Diesel.
Yeah.
Well, hey, that shows you got to chat. You got to get in the game.
Exactly. You got to stay active.
Tolo.
Dang you, Ejiro Evero, for throwing Caleb Williams his coming out party in the NFL. I have been a certified Caleb Williams hater since the day he decided not to show up for any of his meetings, any of his workouts. And he just like, you know what? I'm going to be number one no matter what. I don't even have to do all this stuff. Still going to be number one. I can paint my fingernails. Going to be number one. Go cuddle with a dog. Be number one. Dang you, Ejiro, for letting that happen, because Caleb Williams looked good yesterday. 20 for 29, 304 yards, and 2 touchdowns against the Carolina Panthers, the walking wounded on defense. And we're going to get into this injury situation for the Carolina Panthers because, man, it looks bad going forward for the Carolina Panthers. We thought, and maybe I was guilty of a little wishful thinking, believing that maybe Andy Dalton, who is just resting, right? He wasn't a backup for a reason. He was resting for this opportunity to come in and be the starter for the Carolina Panthers. It looked good in week 1 of his tenure. Week 2, not quite so good. And week 3, like way worse, like way worse. Yeah.
He has not looked good.
No, only managed 10 points in a loss on Sunday yesterday. And it just goes to show that Andy Dalton is not sure, and he cannot fix everything for the Carolina Panthers. So many problems as far as personnel wise for the Carolina Panthers that I'm going to be shocked, Cole, if they win 4 games this year.
God.
They won 2 last year. Winning 4 would still be doubling your win total. So
that makes it sound so good, but it's not.
There's still that, but it's not good. It's not good. Just on Sunday, yesterday, Cole, tight end Tommy Tremble, he was evaluated for a concussion.
Yeah.
Jadeveon Clowney exited the game with a shoulder issue. Right tackle Taylor Moton left the game with an elbow issue. Xavier Legette, wide receiver, left the game with a shoulder issue. And center Austin Corbett left the game with a biceps issue. And we just heard in the sports flash there that he is out for the season with a ruptured biceps.
Oh boy.
They had to move Austin Corbett over from another position to play center for the Carolina Panthers. So look for them to go out and be buyers and try to get a hold of somebody to play center for this football team. And man, like you start adding in just layer upon layer upon layer of moving guys around, switching things up, changing that, and you end up back in the same scenario that the Carolina Panthers were in last year.
Well,
where you have no consistency on the offensive line and you give up a ton of sacks.
It's now, Diesel, it's now to the point of war of attrition for the Carolina Panthers. That's where we are.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have the dudes when the season started and you were fully healthy. You didn't have the dudes then to go be competitive in your division. And now that a lot of your key guys are hurt, it's bad. I mean, the Carolina Panthers defense, is Caleb Williams that good? Did he really have his coming out party? Or is the Panthers defense just that bad?
They're bad.
I mean, 424 yards compared to a 292 measly rack of ribs, whatever you want to call it. I mean, come on, a 6, I don't know, man. I'm just so exhausted. I'm so just
Well, believe it or not, the Carolina Panthers are not the worst defense in the NFL.
Oh God, how?
Yeah, it's weird to say. It's weird to say, but they're not the worst offense in the NFL, or worst defense.
I
in the
just
NFL.
don't understand though, like from a general manager's standpoint, from Dan Morgan, from Dave Canales. I know that you don't have like this unlimited budget, Diesel. You can't come in and just clean house, right? It's tough. The NFL with the sport having a salary cap, it does make things challenging for teams that just suck, like the Panthers do. But like you had 3 turnovers. These guys, yeah, they made it to the NFL. They're professionals at the end of the day. But this team's so bad. We bought into Andy Dalton one good game against the Las Vegas Raiders.
Guilty.
We were guilty. We thought that maybe that was going to translate. And I'll tell you what's worse. I actually thought the Panthers were going to win yesterday.
So did I.
I did.
So did I. The problem is they gave up a ton of points and a ton of yards to pieces that they could have still had on their own roster.
Yeah.
DJ Moore had 2 touchdowns, 105 yards against the Carolina Panthers. Last year, he caught 5 passes for 58 yards and win over Carolina. So DJ Moore is now 2-0 against his old football team. And remember, this should have been the Panthers' #1 pick. So I wouldn't have liked the pick, but the Carolina Panthers could have had Caleb Williams, should have had Caleb Williams. I mean, if they had just let it play out for one more year, just let it play out for one more year, they could have had Caleb Williams or whoever they wanted out of this pick of quarterbacks who are playing. Some of them playing really well this year. You got to give the Bears defense a lot of credit because they are a good defense. They are top 10 in the NFL, and they are good. Yeah. So you got to give them a lot of credit. But they took Dave Canales and this Carolina Panthers team completely out of rhythm, completely out of what they wanted to do, which was, what has Dave Canales been saying for the last couple of weeks? We want to run the football. We want to be, what was his word? We want to be stubborn about running the football. It was anything but. It was extremely pass heavy this game. Chuba Hubbard had an okay day. He had an okay day. But when you have such an off balance offense where you're throwing the ball so much and you're putting it all on a inexperienced wide receiver core, and your best wide receiver is out, Adam Thielen is still out. I mean, you're gonna struggle in games like that. So
this is getting like the Atlanta Braves. You know how we just like at the beginning of the season, at least the Braves were good though. At least they were good. And we were covering them and talking about them. And it just became more and more painful, right? As the season went on. And that's what what were we 5 weeks into the season, Diesel? We're 5 weeks into the season and it feels like the season's over. It's October the 7th. There are 5 teams in the NFL, Diesel, with 1 win. 5. The Patriots, the Bengals, the Jaguars, who are terrible, the Carolina Panthers, and the Los Angeles Rams. And I think the Carolina Panthers, out of the 5 teams that have 1 win, may be the worst. Well, they may be the worst team in the NFL right now.
One good thing about that, Cole, is I don't think we're going to have to worry about the Panthers playing their way out of a top 8 draft pick.
No, we might not. No. We might not. We did have that conversation, though, didn't we?
As of right now, this is I found this on tankathon.com. Love that website. Yeah.
That's the name of it?
It rates the odds that a team will have the #1 overall pick. And the Carolina Panthers are currently in a 6-way tie for the #1 overall pick because there's 6 1 and 4 football teams. The Carolina Panthers have, according to them, rated the toughest schedule of those 6 teams.
That's good, right?
They're in a 6-way tie with the Patriots, Bengals, Jaguars, Browns, and Rams. Now, here's what's interesting about that. Not all of those teams need quarterbacks.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, well,
the Patriots don't necessarily need a quarterback, right? Because they got Drake May sitting in the wings.
Yeah.
The Jags, they still have Trevor Lawrence. The Browns, Deshaun. I know people are really
tied
about
up,
that.
Though. He's tied up.
He's tied up. Joe Burrow with the Bengals, and help me out here.
Who's the last one?
Rams.
Oh, Matthew Stafford.
So the Rams may be drafting a quarterback.
It might be time.
Rams, Browns, and Panthers are probably all going quarterback with their early picks. Probably. We're going to talk about that later on in the show as well. What should the Carolina Panthers do if they have a top 5 overall pick? They need so much that it really doesn't matter. You really kind of have to look at the draft class next year and think, all right, is it going to be a strong quarterback draft class next year? Can we afford to sit on this for another year? Can we trot Andy Dalton out for another year as quarterback of the Carolina Panthers and reload on wide receiver, on defensive edge, on every position? Because they need every position, right? They need offensive linemen. They need defensive linemen. So you really can't go wrong. I just hope the Carolina Panthers aren't stupid and trade out of a top 5 pick again so that they can, build some extra capital. Stay where you are. Quit trying to be cute.
Well,
go get a good player.
Going back to what I said in the season being over, Diesel, how do you look at it now? I mean, it's October the 7th, okay? The season is over. You're not making the postseason. You don't have a chance in your division. So my thinking is, okay, I know it's early. I know you still have a lot of football left to play, but the only hope, the only prayer for this horrible, horrible franchise is to keep getting good draft picks. You've got to build this franchise back up with good draft picks. And I know you don't want to have the number 1 pick every year, but the Panthers might because they're that bad. But Diesel, that's what look, you may not have the cap right now. You may not have the money right now to go get free agents, but you will in a few years if you play it right. You've got to continue to build this draft class and allow yourself to have a competitive team. So 2 to 3 to 4 years from now, you can go out and get someone. It is bad that we're talking about this team that we cover right here in our backyard that's the absolute worst team in the NFL.
Here's the truth there. The Carolina Panthers going into 2025 will find themselves in the bottom half of the NFL as far as effective cap space available. They will only have $24.5 million. That's after they pay the guys who are on the roster already. They can make some moves. They can restructure some contracts and maybe make a little bit of headway, but it's not really going to help them a whole lot when you compare them to the Commanders that have over $100 million. And the Commanders are a solid football team
really
right now.
Good.
The Lions have $65 million in effective cap space going into 2025. It's not until 2026, Cole, that the Carolina Panthers reach the top half of the NFL as far as cap space goes. And then you're talking about an opportunity to really go out there and be buyers. So, but as much as it sucks to keep talking about this, I think the Carolina Panthers and we Carolina Panthers fans are going to be suffering through this for another year of crap.
Oh, I think so. But when you talk about Washington, Diesel, Washington not long ago was in a very similar situation. Washington was one of the worst teams in the NFL for a long stretch. Yes, they got new ownership, and that helped tremendously. They got a new head coach in Dan Quinn, who's a very good head coach, and they have Jaden Daniels, who's probably the best rookie in the NFL. However, they stayed patient. They didn't go out and just make these horrific panic moves. They continued to build solid draft classes, several guys from Alabama on their defensive front. They have a very good defense, Diesel, and all of a sudden you look up, and the Washington Commanders are 4-1.
Yeah.
So, it can be done. However, the Panthers, it just feels like, and I'm not a Panthers fan.
You still have Dave Tepper.
That's what I'm saying. It feels like you're laying in a grave, trying to get out, and somebody's just continuing to dump dirt on you. Continuing to dump dirt, more dirt. You get a few inches up, and somebody's just continuing to dump dirt. I mean, it's
you got a ladder, but it's made of twigs. And every time you try to step on a rung, it's going to break out from under you.
I know. It's
because
bad,
Dave Tepper is the one who put it all together. It's tough, man. It's a really hard spot to be if you're a Carolina Panthers fan. Speaking of which, Cole, God, I hate having this conversation about who should the Carolina Panthers get, who should they go after when it comes to drafting next year. If just quickly going over the 2025 NFL Draft Big Board, there's guys like Travis Hunter at Colorado. He could be great for you depending on what you need from him. Will Johnson, the corner at Michigan. Mason Graham, the defensive lineman at Michigan. You got a wide receiver, Terrio McMillan. I don't know how to say his name. If you're going quarterback, you're looking at Quinn. You're looking at Cam Ward, which I kind of like. Cam Ward's a little bit of a gunslinger. Yeah. He had a couple of picks against Cal on Saturday. Carson Beck, Jalen Milroe, Miller Moss, maybe Drew Aller. This is it's a good quarterback draft class. I wouldn't say it's elite. There's some question marks all over the place.
Yeah.
Quinn Ewers and his health, Cam Ward and his gunslinging mentality, Carson Beck and a little bit of inconsistency. So it's going to be tough. It's a big decision for the Carolina Panthers in the 2025 draft. Again, I just hope that they keep it together and they don't try to do something stupid and move down for extra picks. That's just my take on it. But then again, I don't get paid the same kind of money that Dan Morgan makes.
You don't. However, it doesn't take a genius to realize, Diesel, that this franchise is in a bad spot. I mean, it really is. I don't think that they're just like death penalty bad where they're never going to be good again. But when you look at where they were with Cam Newton not long ago to where they are now, boy, it does seem like they've fallen off a lot.
So I know we got to jump off and get to our guest here in just a second, but Michael from Simpsonville raises a very interesting question. He says, try being a Bengals fan. At least the Panthers didn't have any hope before the season. So where would you rather be, Cole, right now? A Carolina Panthers fan or a Cincinnati Bengals fan?
No question.
Bengals
They
at
suck,
least
but
they suck, but you should have the pieces to pull yourself out of that
you
hole.
have a quarterback.
You have a quarterback. The Carolina Panthers don't have that, Michael, in Simpsonville. That's the difference.
And, like, you're not going to be bad forever with Joe Burrow, right? Like, they might not be good now, but you're going to get better. 1-4. This may be the worst you guys ever are. Like, you're going to get better. Joe Burrow is going to be fine. Texter says, just imagine if the Panthers and Patriots played each other this season. It would be a struggle to see who would win a hideous 3-0 game in overtime, says the texter from the 978. Appreciate you, Tolos, getting in on the conversation. 71307. We'll go to the phones next, where we're joined by Grayson Mann of TigerNet.com. We'll talk about the big win for the Tigers in Tallahassee next. Time to get into a little Clemson Tiger conversation as we do on Mondays at 4:20. So good to be with you in hour number 2 of the program. He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson, now being joined by Grayson Mann of TigerNet.com, who often pinch hits for David Hood. David Hood did just hit me back. I believe he's on a little vacay right now, so hopefully he is enjoying himself. Grayson, want to start with obviously the biggest news of the weekend. Clemson's Dabo Swinney came to Tallahassee for the first time as a head coach 16 years ago with one career victory to his name. He leaves Tallahassee on Saturday as the ACC's all-time winningest coach. What an accomplishment. I don't know if people understand how big that is, Grayson. Thanks for hopping on with us.
Yeah, in a weird world of college football where longevity and just sort of something staying consistently normal in a world where we have NIL movement all over the place. It's good to see Swinney pick up that record, especially in the house that Bobby Bowden built at Florida State. So I think for Swinney, it was a great achievement, but he kept it pretty frank in his post-game press conference as well as in the speech that he made. Of course, Swinney making it about the players and sort of the program he built. The thing that stuck out to me was saying, I wanted to create a program that was going to be transformational to people's lives, and I think he's done that for sure down at Clemson.
Grayson, Clemson now in the AP up to 10 after a dominant but sleepy second half performance against Florida State. You know, other chaos in the top 10 notwithstanding, because there was an awful lot of it. Do you believe that performance on Saturday was a top 10 performance?
I think it's depending on how you look at it. I think Clemson did what it needed to do and then very much controlled it the rest of the way. And I think Dave would have brought up this point as well, as it reminded us of the South Carolina game from last year where you sort of understand what you have on the other side of the ball. Brock Glenn gave Florida State a little bit more of a punch than what Uyunglele was able to serve. But once they went up 17-0, you really felt like the foot came off the gas, and it was more about taking care of the football. Obviously, you want to see some of the things clean up, like blocked field goals. 2 of those, you can't have that. Another team will make you pay, that's for sure. But I think when you look at the chaos of college football this weekend and the way that Clemson was able to go in there against a reeling Seminole team that I think really this was their last breath against a Clemson team, then there's the quote, this is their Super Bowl, very well could have against the Tigers. And I think Clemson just went in there and handled business, and you can't ask for much more on a very wacky weekend.
Grayson Mann of TigerNet.com joining us on the program. Grayson, Diesel and I talked a few weeks ago, maybe it was 2 weeks ago actually, about when we thought Clemson would enter the top 10, you know, after the Georgia loss and the way that Clemson fell. I don't know if a lot of people expected them to enter the top 10 this quickly. However, you mentioned it with the other upsets in college football this weekend. Here they are. Right, number 10 in the country. Does this say more, in your opinion, about the improvement of Clemson, or just what I said and all of the other teams going down?
I think it could be multiple things that are true at once. I think Clemson has been an improved team from last year. When you look at 2023, I believe 5 games in, they were 3-2, and they were reeling from a couple ugly losses, being tied with Charleston Southern after 1 quarter. I think Swinney taking a timeout to avoid that fact and being unsuccessful in that stretch. But when you look at this team, you have the ugly blemish to Georgia, that's for sure. But I've seen a team that consistently is finding different ways to win, whether it's fireworks shows against NC State and Appalachian State, or you're going on the road and really controlling the environment, controlling what's in front of you. And this is a talented Florida State team. I know their record would indicate otherwise, but there's going to be players on that roster that will be playing on Sundays. Swinney made a point of that in his Tuesday press conference, that this is a team that's going to fight. And I think for Clemson, we've been always waiting for the last couple of years, especially when on paper, Clemson should take care of business. You're waiting for that moment where they pants themselves or they fall flat on their face. And so far through ACC play and against App State, we haven't really seen that. We've seen an efficient team that's capable of making explosive plays, that wants to make explosive plays. And on defense, contributing and with the turnovers. And you have Terrell with back-to-back interceptions, fumble recoveries, turnovers on downs. It's a more complete team than I expected at this stage of the season. But I think for the Tiger fans that are watching and listening, they'll certainly take this 4-1 result, even with the Georgia game.
Find him on Twitter at gray_man21. That's man with 2 N's. Phil Maffa ran the ball 25 times on Saturday. The team only had 40 runs total. 11 of those other 15 were Cade Klubnik. How much of that is Phil just getting the overwhelming majority of the carries? Is Phil really seeing the field very well right now? And how much of it is just the youth and the inexperience behind him?
I think Phil Maffa was always meant to be the cowbell back for this team and really own the majority of snaps from that position. And something that I saw against Florida State was, when you get down on that field, it's humid, it's hot, it's always been that weird. And you go down there and you sort of experience that type of weather, you get tired and it starts to wear on you a little bit more. I saw Maffa where last week against Stanford, it was more of a struggle to get things going. It started out pretty similarly, but you started to see him pick up a 5-yard gain here, turn up 7 yards this way, and then boom, there's the big play. We saw that with ETN all the time where he might run into his center on one play because he's so freaking quick. But then once he gets that big burst, it's over. And he was a back that I think over time you're less inclined to want to tackle him because of his stature. And I think Maffa will continue to see that. And I think he sees the field pretty well. I think there are some moments where he's a little less patient than I'd like him to be. But I think overall, I think he's had a pretty solid night and something that Clemson fans should expect moving forward.
Grayson, after this weekend, we've learned that there's a lot of parity in the SEC. I don't think there's the parity in the ACC that there is in the Southeastern Conference. In your opinion, from what you've seen, not just from Clemson, Florida State, and the teams that Clemson's played, but what do you put your finger on when it comes to why this ACC just doesn't look like a conference this year? Obviously, Florida State being down doesn't help. Miami and Clemson seem like the only two dogs, the only two front runners in the conversation.
And I wouldn't leave out SMU either. They're a team that's also undefeated in conference play, also took down the Seminoles in pretty impressive fashion. Now, the funny thing about that is that Miami, Clemson, or SMU, they're all undefeated in conference play, but they don't play each other. So there's going to be someone's going to stumble at some point. But to answer your question about the ACC, I think it's just a talent thing. With it, you look at schools in the SEC and Arkansas that can take down Tennessee on any given weekend. Even Vanderbilt built through the portal this offseason, and their quarterback, for all the expletives that he's going to throw on ESPN, the broadcast, he's a pretty good player out there, taking down the Crimson Tide after a big win over Georgia. The ACC's always been tough to figure out for as long as I can remember. I do still think it's a two-prong race with Clemson and Miami, but I wouldn't be shocked if we see the Mustangs as a dark horse, and I very much mean that, pun intended.
We have Grayson Mann on the show joining us from TigerNet. Grayson, I see you rocking the Patriots hat today. I just want to know, how do you justify that? Like, how do you you're covering a good team in Clemson on Saturdays. You're a fan of a bad team in the Patriots on Sundays. Is it the good times from Saturdays sustains you through bad Sundays, or how do you personally get through that?
I think it's just understanding what's in front of me with the Patriots. And it's not been a good Monday so far with what's been reported in New England with Gerard Mayo and that thing. But I did see a report that Drake may be starting. So we may get something there against Houston on Sunday. But I think it's just I love my job and I love covering Clemson. And then on Sundays, I'm more or less just tired from the weekend. So even if New England loses by 17 to San Francisco the next day, I'm just like, I'm just happy football's on and that I just get to watch my team out there. I try to take this approach with my brother, who's a very frustrated Falcons fan. And even when the team's up by 3 and there's a first down that Baker Mayfield gets, I'm like, just enjoy that football's here, man.
That's right.
You're gonna be dying for it in April. So I think even if New England goes 1-16, I'll be sitting there when they're 1-15, hoping they get the W that Sunday. It's always a fun time.
Grayson, what do you make of the additions to Clemson's staff this offseason? We were talking earlier about South Carolina and Shane Beamer and a lot of question marks about, Dow Loggins and the play calling. But on the flip side of that, it seems as if Dabo made some really good hires during the offseason that really aren't being talked about, in my opinion, maybe enough.
Yeah, I mean, you got to start with Matt Luke and the offensive line. They continue to impress. And I think they had a little bit of a challenge with Stanford and some twists that they were maybe throwing at them. But I think overall, when you look at the product compared to last year, and it was a complete weakness in this 2023 roster. Klubnik either had no time to throw or he didn't trust that he was going to, and that was showing in his footwork within the pocket and sort of how he navigated that. And you look at it this year, everything sort of is helping each other. And with the offensive line protecting Klubnik, that was one of the positives that I came away with in the Georgia game is, okay, he's got a pocket against one of the better defensive lines in the nation. And so when you go to the App States of the world, the Virginias, I'm not trying to throw any strays out there, but the competition significantly drops off when you get to ACC play compared to the Bulldogs. So in my mind, I'm thinking this offensive line can only get better. And this is only after one game. It's through fall camp. They're not tackling very much. There's there's not much contact that you have to work with now with how they try to enhance the safety in those periods. So what Matt Luke is doing from a philosophy standpoint and just hearing how the players not only respect, just and appreciate his added energy. I think one comment that really took me aback was I think like Miller talking about how a play went absolutely perfect. They drew it up exactly like they did in the film room. Blake jogs off after a touchdown, and Matt Luke pulls the line aside and starts ripping into him about that one play, being like, "We could do this so much better, guys." And sitting there like, "I like this, I really do." And so I think for what Dabo has done is taking someone with head coaching experience and adding that to his arsenal. And so when you have a ton of head coaches, it's sort of what the Bamas and the Georgias of the world got to appreciate is you got a lot of high caliber talent, not only on your roster, but on your coaching staff as well.
Find his work on TigerNet.com. We got Grayson Mann joining us on the show today. It's good to see Vic Burley out on the field recording a tackle. But the team as a whole on Saturday seemed to have kind of a tough time getting to Brock Glenn. They only sacked him twice in his first start. You would hope that you would see a lot more aggressiveness out of the pass rush in that game. Was it just because Florida State's offensive line really stepped up and protected him, did a great job protecting him, or did you see really Clemson dropping back a lot more, daring him to throw? And I know they did get that one pick on him.
Right. And I think with a young quarterback with limited starts, the first thing that comes to my mind is how much are they going to try to bring the house? But I think also Brock Glenn showed that he's going to have an ability to run out the pocket, and he did on certain occasions on Saturday against the Tigers. But I would have liked to have seen more pressure, especially when you have such a young and inexperienced guy back there. But I think it's also just a matter of you know what you have with this Florida State offense. They're not going to wow you in any sort of directions. And so it's just about being on your P's and Q's. Would I have liked to see more sacks? I think so. And I think everyone listening who's a fan would, of course, want to see Brock Glenn on his back a couple more times than he did. But regardless, you get the turnover, you sort of throw different disguises at him. So I think Goodwin probably is thinking, yeah, I'd love to bring the house every single time, but let's throw some disguises in there. Let's drop a couple backers back and see if this kid can really dissect this defense. And he did at times, and he didn't. And Florida State came away with the L, and Clemson found a way to get the victory on the road.
Grayson, my last question for you. The next two games, is there any worry that this Clemson team might, go into cruise control, might overlook a Wake Forest or Virginia because they have a bye after that? And then on the 2nd of November, you have Clemson-Louisville, which when you look at the schedule up until the South Carolina game, this Louisville game is really the only game that you look at and think that's the only team that could really present challenges for the Tigers.
And I think Pittsburgh is going to be another team, too, that really gives Clemson. I think Eli Holstein and what they've done up there in Pittsburgh has been really impressive so far into the season. But I think what this weekend does for a lot of college football fans and a lot of rosters is you get to turn on the tape and sometimes you show a play or something that gives you an example of what not to do. I think you just have to pull up the top 25 box scores and go, look what happens when you lose focus. So you can have Alabama lose to Vanderbilt. You can have this or that happen. But I think also for Clemson, and Cade Klubnik touched on this week, was last year was the best thing that could have happened to this team in the sense of they've been in the trenches where the slightest mistakes can really just turn your season around in the worst way possible. So I think there's an added focus that they do not want to be in that position from last year in a spot where they're now competing for the playoff. They're considered either an at-large bid, depending on who you ask, or the front runner for the ACC and the top 4 seed. I think there's a different focus to this team, and you've seen that in spurts, and they've really been able to come together in a really, I think, unique way. And so when I look at 2023 and I compare it to where they are right now, could there be an upset? It's college football. Anything can certainly happen, but I don't think it's going to be because they're in cruise control. But sometimes the field says one thing and the plays, they tell us another.
Grayson, do you look down the schedule and see any legitimate challenges, any real upset alerts? I mean, Louisville's now fallen outside of the top 25. They didn't suddenly forget how to play football. Pitt has made their way up into the top 25. I mean, where do you see as the most likely upset and why?
I would think on the road against Virginia Tech or Pittsburgh. I think this Wake Forest team did just come up with a big win against North Carolina State, but I think with the way Clemson played on Saturday, that defense, we talked to Wade Woodaz and Avion Terrell. I mean, they were ticked. They felt like they really left a lot out there. And so when you have that mentality, even after it was probably an hour after the game had concluded, you got something potentially special brewing on the road against Winston-Salem. And then I love the story that Virginia's had this year with Tony Elliott, but I think, again, it's going to be a matter of you're back home after a 2-game road trip. You got the bye ahead of you. And the way that this team has continued to start, they've outscored opponents 90-0 in their last 4 first quarters. Really impressive number that either you put a team's hope out very quickly, or against Florida State, you do just enough to where you can really control the rest of the matchup. And so from what this Clemson team's been able to do, I hate to be the upset monger, but I think it's going to come in November for fans to really start to pin their ears back and really pay attention.
Grayson, great stuff as always, man. We appreciate you pinch hitting for David Hood. You do a great job, and looking forward to doing it again soon, man.
Absolutely, man.
That's Grayson Mann of TigerNet.com talking a little Clemson Tigers football as Wake Forest is the next opponent for the Tigers. Diesel, it looks like a lot of, to Grayson's point, a lot of focusing on yourself to get yourself better, because some of these opponents just are really going to continue to stink for the Tigers.
When we come back, Cole, we will go down the top 25 or so in our wire-to-wire upset picks challenge standings and get to our daily wires. That's coming up next. So much going on in the sports world, Cole. It's tough to get to everything on the show, so we do this rapid fire thing. We call it our Daily Wires. This is the buzz happening in the sports world. Aaron Rodgers sustained a low ankle sprain in London, but is expected to play next Monday night against Buffalo. I love watching Aaron Rodgers lose.
I did too.
He was throwing a fit out there. He wasn't liking it. By the way, what the hell's the NFL doing? Having the Vikings play in London. Like, I realize that historically Vikings have been in London before, but why aren't the Minnesota Vikings playing games in like Norway, right? If you're trying to expand the NFL to Europe, have the Vikings, when they go to Europe, have them play in Norway, have them play in Oslo, Stockholm, Sweden, have them play there. Makes total sense, right? It's just too easy.
Well, I don't like any of the overseas games. So.
I don't either, but hey, if you're going to do it right. Speaking of the NFL, the Patriots' Jabril Peppers will face charges of strangulation and drug possession after he was arrested on Saturday. Police say that he'll be charged with assault and battery with a dangerous weapon, strangulation, and possession of a Class B substance believed to be cocaine.
That's not good. Not good.
No.
I wouldn't advise doing that at all, or while you're an NFL player, probably not the best case scenario.
No. Speaking of cocaine and the branding of the Miami Cal game, I heard it dubbed the Coke versus Woke game.
Oh, man.
That's great. That's good branding. Whoever came up with that. Tampa Bay Buccaneers will leave Tampa tomorrow ahead of Hurricane Milton, which is now sitting as a Category 5 storm. Big storm headed to Florida.
Not good.
After what obviously we've gone through here in the upstate of South Carolina and in Western North Carolina, Tennessee and Virginia. We're praying for everybody in Florida as they're going to be dealing with this. It's just coming from the opposite direction. That's what's so weird about this one. It's sitting in the Gulf and it's going east.
Yeah, I haven't seen many hurricanes go east to west.
No.
That's I'll tell you what, man, Florida, they got hit by Helene too. And
yeah,
man, that's tough. I absolutely hope it.
And they caught the tough side of it too.
I don't know that it will. That's
tough. So Tampa will head to New Orleans early ahead of their Week 6 matchup against the Saints. A lot of big upsets in college football this week. 5 top 25 teams lost to unranked opponents in Week 6. Number 1, Alabama lost to Vanderbilt 40-35. Number 4, Tennessee lost to Arkansas 19-14. Number 11, Southern Cal lost to Minnesota 24-7. Number 10, Michigan lost to Wisconsin 27-17.
Jeez.
Now, this was a ranked matchup, but number 9, Missouri lost to Texas A&M. Louisville lost to SMU 34-27, and Miami narrowly escaped Cal with a major comeback. 39-38 was the final score there.
Miami's not. I'm telling you, they're not.
They can score a lot of points, but they got no defense.
I'm just not sold on Miami. Sorry, Madcraft. I apologize, but I just don't see them as a legit threat. Like you said it. They have no defense.
Scary moment for Grayson McCall. Just came back from an injury for NC State and then took a massive hit where it looked like 3 Wake Forest defenders converged on him at the same time. He took a shot to the head. He was carted off and then released later from the hospital after all scans came back normal.
That's I saw the hit. It was bad.
Yeah.
It was really bad.
Brutal.
He's not had a good start, man. Like, what a rough year it's been for Grayson McCall.
And this is a big announcement, Cole. This came out earlier today. It's sports related, but it's not sports related. It was announced that Luke Combs, Eric Church, Billy Strings, and James Taylor are going to come together for Concert for Carolina at Bank of America Stadium Saturday, October 26th. Tickets are going to go on sale this Thursday at 10 a.m.
Let's go.
All proceeds will support Hurricane Helene relief efforts. You're going to get to go see a great show, first of all. And, of course, and you're going to be helping out with a great cause. They're going to split the proceeds. Eric Church and Luke Combs are 50-50 between their different foundations. Combs' portion is going to go to Samaritan's Purse, the Men of Food Bank, and Second Harvest Food Bank of Western North Carolina. And Eric Church's portions will go to Chief Cares Foundation, which is going to get split up various different ways from there. So that's going to be a fantastic show for a great cause.
Absolutely. So glad to see them doing that because all that money's going to help them out.
I don't even like country music that much, but I'm going to go to that show.
And James Taylor.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it.
It's a Saturday show. Also,
cool.
look at Dave Tepper bringing concerts to Charlotte.
That's all he's good
How
for.
about it?
Also want to, Diesel, add one more Daily Wire. The South Carolina High School League has a meeting set for tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. to discuss the potential expansion of the regular season. We do know that Greenville County is going back to school on Wednesday, and I know that there are other schools in the upstate going back to school this week as well. I believe today was a teacher work day for several counties across the upstate. So high school football does look like it's on its way back, and we'll find out tomorrow morning if the season is expanded or extended rather. And Diesel, I also wanted to get this out there. Someone sent this to me earlier today. Donation drop-off for Helene Relief. They are doing this at Lake Bowen Baptist over in the Lake Bowen Boiling Springs area. If you have donations, you can take them to 404 Sugar Ridge Road in Inman, Monday through Thursday, 8:30 to 4:30, and Friday, 10 to 1. They're looking for bottled water, batteries, non-perishable items, baby supplies, feminine hygiene, small portable grills, propane tanks, flashlights, and lanterns. Again, this is donation drop-off for Helene Relief at Lake Bowen Baptist, Monday through Thursday, 8:30 to 4:30, as well as Friday, 10 to 1.
And we have so many Tolos who are on the board in our Week 6 Upset Picks Challenge standings by Ingles. We can't get to all of them right here in this segment. I promise you we'll get to at least the top 45. Cole, this thing has gotten so big. We've gone from a top 30 to a top 45 above the cut. Twisted Whisker is in the lead with 43 points. Noel has 38. Josh Pate in third place with 37. Amazon Guy in fourth place with 31.5. John Dog in fifth with 30.5. Buckeye Brian and Brandon Gosnell are tied with 29 points in sixth place. Thoughty has 27.5. Justin L has 27. Greenville Gamecocks has 24.5 points. Brandon from Moore has 23.5, as does Jake Crane. They are in a two-way tie for 11th. Reese Davis and James Owens. James is the one who chose Vandy over Alabama.
Wow, come on.
He's moved up from 0 to 13th place with 23 points now. Billy Horn has 21 points. He is in 15th place. Brandon in Spartanburg has 20.5. Reed Atkins, Rev Red, Joe D, and Clemson Oculus have 20 points. You're tied for 17th. And tied for 21st place, Fred Savage, JT in Greer, and CJ from Greer. Maybe those two know each other. I don't know. They're tied for 21st place with 19.5. Kevin Buggs and JC round out the top 25, tied at 24th with 19 points. How about that?
Overreaction Monday. Get yours in now. 71307. Phone lines are open as well. 844-326-3663. What do sports fans do best? Sports fans overreact, especially Clemson fans, especially South Carolina Gamecock fans. We all love you out there. We're not making fun of you, but we just know that you like to overreact. We do as well, and it is Overreaction Monday. Every Monday at 5 o'clock during football season, Diesel and I, we knee-jerk, we kick each other, we kick the desk that's in front of us, Diesel. It's like the doctor hits your knee with that little, what was that little tool called? You know what I'm talking about? Makes your knee go out.
It's the reflex tool.
Yeah, the reflex tool. That's it. He hits you with the reflex tool, and we're hitting you, Tolos, with the reflex tool right now. You can get your overreactions in by text or phone, however you choose to do so. The text line, I say it a lot, Diesel says it a lot, save it in your phone, 71307. Start your text with the word fan. Phone lines are also open as well, 844-FAN-PHONE, 844-326-3663. I'm sure the text line will be a little slow to start, Diesel, so you and I will start off 1-1 and give an overreaction. You go first with your one overreaction from the weekend.
Well, this just came in, and I don't know if this is an overreaction or not.
Okay.
At 71307. Texter says, Cole, you look so good today.
Oh, Texter. That's probably an overreaction.
Is that the
right?
overreaction, or is Texter hitting on Cole?
Well, either
That's
way.
what I have to know.
Appreciate that. They can't see the sawdust and blood on my legs. I look like crap, so I appreciate that.
Well, my first overreaction is that Dylan Stewart needs to sit week 7
Ooh.
against Alabama. 2 times he mocked shootings on the field.
Yeah, he did.
First time he did it to Jackson Dart. He had just made a big play. I can't remember what the down and distance was at the time. I think it might have been a third down stop. And then you think, hey, here's a good idea. Let me stand over the opposing quarterback and go like I'm shooting you in the face. So that by itself should have taken him out for a quarter, a half, whatever. Like, you weren't coming back to win that football game. What did leaving Dylan Stewart in actually do? You could have sent a message. But no, they left him in the game, and then he made a big play, and then he gathers his own teammates around him, and he goes pop, 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 pop to his teammates around him. Like, that dude needs to be sat. That
entire
dude
game?
needs to learn. Yes, the entire game. That dude needs to learn a lesson. Not only you don't do something stupid and put your team in a position where that you can hurt them. Number 2, you need to quit being a dumbass and doing stuff like that in general.
I don't have a problem with sitting him. I really don't. I do think discipline is required after that. I like that overreaction. It's not bad at all. Again, it is overreaction, Diesel. But here's my problem with what Dylan Stewart did on Saturday. When you celebrate, you think these things through before the game starts, right?
Yes.
Every player who celebrates, whether it's high school, college, pro, they think in their head of what they're going to do, whether it's the old bow and arrow. Remember Deshaun Watson used to do that a lot. That's different. You're shooting an arrow up into the air, right? It could be a flaming arrow, whatever you want it to be. I know it's still a weapon, but you have to premeditate. You have to go through and probably talk to your teammates about it and joke about it and laugh about it, Diesel, and say, hey, if something big play happens or we scored and get in the end zone, what are we going to do? We're going to do this. We're going to celebrate this way. What bothers me the most about this is the fact that Dylan Stewart, Diesel, probably, and again, I can't see into his head, so I'm going to use the word probably. Dylan Stewart probably thought this through before the game, right? Probably. And the fact that he still chose to do it, that's where I have an issue. You've got to at some point say, hey, maybe the automatic machine or the semi-auto machine gun isn't the best celebration. That's where I have issues.
Yeah, and look, the NCAA and referees have sort of eased up a little bit on a lot of the celebration penalties. You remember a couple of years ago, Cole, you couldn't do anything, and they would catch you doing anything, and they would throw a flag on you. So they've certainly eased up on that. Just there's a lot of times when you see a defensive end make a sack or something like that, and he'll do the mock like I'm so strong, the overhand flex. I'm surprised they don't throw flags on that kind of stuff, but like I said, they've kind of relaxed on that just a little bit.
They do. They have relaxed. I want to get to my first one. but I want to get Madcrafts off of the YouTube stream. His overreaction, Diesel. Cam Ward is NFL ready, field general, and he will win the Heisman. That's Madcraft's overreaction. That's definitely. I mean, I'm not saying he's not good and NFL ready. He's a really good player. Maybe their defense is why I'm not high on him right now. But we'll go to the phones. My first one, Diesel, overreaction Monday. Kalen DeBoer, ain't it? Kalen DeBoer, I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? You lose to Vanderbilt. Nick Saban would have never lost to Vanderbilt. My overreaction is Kalen DeBoer and the entire Alabama staff on Saturday got out-coached, they got out-schemed, and they got out-executed. The players from Vanderbilt played harder, and the coaches for Vanderbilt coached better than Kalen DeBoer. And as you said in the first segment of the show, a very talented Alabama roster. It's inexcusable. It's pitiful. I understand that it's the SEC, but you are Ala-freaking-Bama. You don't lose to Vandy. My overreaction, Kalen DeBoer, not the right guy. That's a bad loss.
That's a big one.
That's a big one.
That's a big one. Okay, let's see if Tom in Somerville can top that. Number one, Tom, you're listening to us all the way from Somerville. That's down by the coast. How'd you find us? And again, of course, appreciate you listening to the show. Can you hear me? Cole, can you turn his mic on, please? There you go. Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, don't worry about how I found you guys, but you're my favorite sports radio show in the entire country. And I'll say this.
That's not the overreaction, is it?
No.
Okay, good.
No. My overreaction is this, and I wouldn't even call it an overreaction, but Shane Beamer should have been fired yesterday. That was the most pathetic coaching performance I have ever seen. And I'm a Gamecock fan. I've seen a lot of pathetic coaching performances. That was by far the worst coaching performance. And you can blame it on the OC. You can blame it on undisciplined penalties. It all falls under one person, the head coach. And in my opinion, his time is over. It's the sunshine, the rainbows, all that is over with. I understand you beat Clemson in Tennessee 2 years ago. Whatever. It's time to move on. It's time to move on.
Who are you going to get?
You know, there's a name who has been he's been in the SEC as a great defensive coordinator, and he's at Tulane right now, and he is just winning. And the name is John Summerall. And he will be a Power 5 coach sooner rather than later, so you better jump on it. But if it doesn't work with John Summerall, great coach, by the way, Bobby Petrino's killing it. That's all I'm going to say, guys, and I'll talk to y'all on Friday.
Thanks, Tom.
That dude speaks in all caps. I love it when Tom calls us.
it.
By the way, the answer is right here in front of us, Cole, right here on the text line.
What's that?
Clark Lee. Clark Lee. The texter says Texter puts it in very simple terms. Clark Lee is a very good coach on a low-talent team. He gets his guys to play way beyond their potential.
Yeah.
You're telling me that you don't need that in Columbia? You telling me that Clark Lee wouldn't kill it in Columbia with more resources and more fan support?
I don't know, man. Like, you know, he may be a good coach, but when you coach at Vanderbilt, you just have that attached to you as Vandy. You're not supposed to be good, right?
Yeah.
You're not supposed to win games.
Well, James Franklin left Vandy and has had a pretty decent career.
I know. I'm not the biggest James Franklin fan either.
I know.
We'll get to another one of your overreactions, Diesel. Let's hear from Jarrett on the Renewal by Anderson of the Carolinas fan phone. Jarrett, what's your overreaction?
Well, let's start with the Ole Miss fake injuries. Okay, that was pathetic. You're up 27-3. Why do you need the fake injuries every time? I was at the game and I stayed the whole time, but it got very boring because it was slowing down the whole time. And
did you take a book sitting in the stands? Did you take a book with you to read so you'd have something actually entertaining in front of you?
Well, you know, I'm not one of the fans that just leaves.
That's good.
You know, yeah. So I'm gonna stay, even if it's 80-0. I'm staying. But the fake injuries have got to stop. I don't know what they need to do, but they've got to do something.
I'm with you. Jared. We talked about that earlier in the show. Thanks for the call, Jared.
Jared.
844-FAN phone, 844-326-3663. What's your overreaction? A lot to get to on the text line as well as the stream. Diesel Wesley Roberts on Facebook says, my overreaction, South Carolina wins 2 more games max.
Ooh.
Which is Vandy, maybe?
Maybe now.
Maybe, right?
Who knows?
And Wofford? I mean,
Vandy and Wofford.
It's not wrong.
Tough to be a team that wears gold on South Carolina's schedule.
What are they now? They're 3-2.
Vandy
right?
3-2.
Or South Carolina, I'm sorry.
South Carolina's 3-2.
So
as is Vandy, I believe.
Oh man. Wesley, it's hard to push back on that. I think they'll win one more SEC game. I really do. Their offense has to get better.
What about the pendulum swing that we've had on South Carolina over the past couple of weeks? Beginning of the season, we were saying 5-7.
Yeah.
Last week, we were saying 7-5. Now we're back to saying 5-7. Brutal.
Their offense just went from good to really, really bad. And maybe I jinxed it, but I didn't expect them to be that bad. Diesel, another one of your overreactions before we get to the text line, which is blowing up right now, 71307.
My next reaction is that the SEC should not get more than 2 teams in the 12-team playoff this year. After this abysmal weekend, it's shown that Alabama, Tennessee, Missouri, all getting conference losses, are not good enough to be 3 deep in this conference. I think we've got a lot of parity in college football as a whole.
We do.
You can say it's because every team in the SEC is just better, or maybe it's the best teams in the SEC have fallen back a little bit towards the mean, right? I think both of those things could be true. I think the ACC should have 2. I think the Big 12 ought to have 2. The Big 10 ought to have 2. And then, of course, you got a G5 team in there. And I don't think the SEC should get more than 2.
I don't hate that. I really don't. Look, the SEC right now, talking about parity, it's a level of parity that we're not used to out of that conference, right?
I think it's going to be Texas, Georgia.
Yeah. I think Texas is still the best team. My second overreaction, Diesel, after this past weekend is the 12-team playoff that you just mentioned also ain't it. I'm done with it already. Like, what does the regular season mean? What do these games mean? What importance, what value do they actually have if Alabama can lose, Southern Cal, Missouri, Diesel? I mean, let's just put the entire freaking SEC in the playoff.
Yeah.
At some point, these games, like Bama losing to Vanderbilt, is the worst loss in the history of Alabama football. It's bad. And guess what? Nothing changes. They're still rolling on. They're still going to make the playoff, still win the SEC.
That's so
potentially
wildly disrespectful to Vanderbilt.
Well, it is, but it's true. You lost to Vandy. They're not relevant. And all of a sudden this year they are, and this is the one year you lose to them. I don't like these games not meaning something. I think Alabama should have to pay the price for losing.
So you understand what the whole point is, right? It's to keep more fan bases engaged down the stretch of the season, right? It's to keep more fan bases engaged. And here's how you can eliminate some bowl games if you want to. I don't want to get us to the point where, Cole, we have quote unquote meaningless playoff games. Like if we got to a round of 16, or for God's sakes, God forbid they went to 20 or even or even bigger.
Yeah.
You could be resting starters for the first game of the playoff. Now that would be a really stupid thing to do, because if you don't have all your best guys ready, you could get bounced from the playoff in the first round. But I mean, we thought years ago that it was ludicrous to say that players would sit out bowl games, and they do. What's to say they wouldn't sit out meaningless first round playoff games?
No, you wouldn't want that. And again, it could happen because that's just the direction of the sport. I just don't like that there's no repercussions for what just happened. I mean, come on. They just lost to Vanderbilt. Let's go to the text line, 71307. Start your text with the word fan. That's how we'll get to your overreaction. John Dog Diesel says, Georgia fans thinking the Dogs will not make the playoffs. Relax. He goes out to old Aaron Rodgers playbook. Relax. All caps, says John Dog. You like that? Georgia fans thinking the Dogs will not make the play? No, John Dog, they'll make the playoffs, right?
Well, I like building in a little bit of, oh my God, this could go squirrely on us.
Yep.
In a fan base that hasn't felt that in a long time. Alabama fans were there, Georgia fans are there, Clemson fans were there for a little while. You're not guaranteed to get in, right? Anything could go wrong for you. I mean, you look down this Georgia football schedule, Cole. There's losable games on this line still to go.
Texas,
yeah, they could lose a couple of games down the stretch, as a matter of fact. And things could go sour for them. So it's possible that Georgia right now could miss out on the playoff. It's not likely, right? But you still have a game against number 1 Texas on the road, number 9 Ole Miss on the road, Tennessee at home. There's a possibility that you drop 2 out of those 3 games. You're not losing to Florida. You're not losing to UMass. You're not losing to Georgia Tech.
But what makes it interesting, though, with Tennessee already losing, and now you're talking about Georgia playing a Tennessee team that's going to be ready and motivated and focused, who knows? I still think they'll get in, but you just, like you said, you never know.
Texter makes a good point here. He says the regular season means more now, especially in the ACC, Big 12, and Big 10. You could say that those teams, all those teams, regular seasons is the tryout to get into the at-large conversation, right? So you're talking about, and this is a wild thought. You're talking about a Virginia that's now 4-1 or 5-1, and you're saying, what if Virginia kept this thing going and were possibly on the outside looking in? They're building a resume for a potential at-large spot. Again, I'm not saying it's likely that Virginia. I'm just saying, what if? So you've got a couple of really good ACC teams: Clemson, Miami, SMU. I think Louisville is going to turn it around. They're going to win. So they're going to win a lot more football games this year. I think they might just be a little bit too far outside of that conversation at this point, but it's still possible.
Texter says, my overreaction, Tennessee Vols will be out of the top 25 in the next 2 weeks. Another texter from the 262, my overreaction is that rankings should not be given until after week 7 or 8.
Well, that's just a fact.
I like that.
That's
right?
just a fact.
Come on. Texter, 838. Another week, another disaster. Dan Watson, no show. When will the Browns, I think he means Deshaun, right? The Browns finally wake up and move on from this guy as long as he is in Cleveland. Let me see the rest of the text. As long as he is the Cleveland quarterback, we will be right in line with the Carolina Panthers for the number 1 pick in the draft, says Tolo. Steve, I'm with you. He sucks.
Well, Steve, the overreaction is that they should stay with Deshaun Watson and not draft a quarterback with the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, that's true. Keith and TR gets his overreaction in. South Carolina's made 3 great hires in other spots they all caps need to pay up for a football coach. Whoo, how about that? Texter, if you don't think 3 teams from Southeastern Conference should get in, where are the other teams coming from? Your numbers will not add up. Texter says Clemson plays SMU, not Miami, in the ACC championship.
Now that's an overreaction.
That is a good overreaction,
good
Texter. What do you think? I don't know, but didn't Grayson Mann say SMU and Miami don't play each other? Did he say that? I think he did. That's interesting. I don't think it'll happen, Texter, but you never know. I mean, you never know. SMU, Diesel, I don't believe in them yet. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. Maybe SMU's better than I think. However,
I remember saying that at ACC Media Days. Look out for SMU as a dark horse.
Yeah, and people told us, like, we're picking them to go, we're picking them to finish 2nd or 3rd. And again, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. Real quick, before we run, how about this? I wanted to give you this crazy statistic about yesterday, Diesel. You ready for this? Yesterday's Sunday was the longest day of NFL football ever. Mm-hmm. You ready? The London game kicked off at 9:32 Eastern. The Sunday night football game, which, by the way, the Cowboys won, ended at 12:59 on Monday. So that's 9:30 to 1 o'clock. That's a long freaking time.
A long day.
For 1 week of football, but I love it.
That is a long day of football. When we come back, Cole, Vanderbilt and their fans celebrated in the best possible way with destruction and carnage after their win over Alabama. We'll tell you about that if you haven't heard the full story yet. And I want to ask you, if your team has ever pulled one of those gigantic upsets, how'd they celebrate? What did they do? What did you do to celebrate those massive upsets? We'll talk about that next, right here on 97.7 FM in Greenville, 97.1 FM in Spartanburg, and everywhere you are all over the world on the free Odyssey app. Man, we are feeling and hoping and praying for our friends down in Florida as they are about to get smacked by a Category 5 hurricane. Hurricane Milton has strengthened into a Category 5 today. It's expected to hit the Gulf Coast sometime at the middle of this week, intensifying rapidly. Maximum sustained winds, Cole, of 175 miles an hour.
Hurricane season's the worst.
Terrifying,
The
man.
worst.
And then think about the pilots, those brave or stupid, whatever you want to call them, pilots who fly into hurricanes to get weather data. That's just absurd.
I'll tell you one thing.
It's nuts.
I think I'm in the wrong business. I believe if I would have opened up a tree service and just chased storms, I'd be a millionaire. I'm not
just
kidding,
a mobile
man.
tree service.
Yeah, just go wherever the storms are.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys are making a freaking killing right now.
They are. I don't know if you saw what happened after Vanderbilt pulled the upset over Alabama on.
Wait, that
Saturday.
happened?
It happened.
Oh.
It happened.
Oh.
Alabama made it interesting late, but ultimately Vanderbilt just kept scoring, and Vanderbilt got the dub, Cole. And what'd they do? They did what every school does, and they did it at a place that hasn't had this happen before because, they're 0-60, by the way, against AP top 25 teams. They tore the goalpost down.
Rightfully so.
Not only did they tear the goalpost down, he's like, Clemson figured it out a number of years ago. They put those goalposts that collapse, and as soon as the game is over against a big time home opponent, they can just lower it down.
Yeah.
And there's no tearing down the goalpost. Well, they don't have that at Vanderbilt because they're not used to doing it. But Vanderbilt fans tore down the goalpost. They took them out of the stadium, which is great. They marched them all over downtown Nashville, which was phenomenal. And then, Cole, they marched the goalposts 2 miles down the road and threw them in the Cumberland River.
I love it.
Shout out to all you smart folks at Vanderbilt. I'm sure they've already done the math and they figured out just how much weight each individual person was supporting, but they've done it. And I love it, man. I love jubilant moments like this. You hear about court stormings in college basketball. Rob Brown and Lonzo, they have a promo about stopping court stormings. You can't stop court stormings.
No,
you can't stop the jubilation of hundreds or thousands of fans when they've got in their minds, we're taking this field. Oh, they're going to take that field. They're going to take that court. There's nothing you can do about it.
Diesel, I want to know, though, did the Vandy students, did they even know what a goalpost was? Did they know what it was used for? Or did they just think it was like decoration?
Yeah.
These nice yellow statues in the end zones add to the stadium, and we don't know what they're for because we're Vanderbilt, but we're going to take them down and throw them in the river. It doesn't matter. They did the right thing. It's just man, when you beat Alabama, you better celebrate. You better go all out.
Yeah, this is a fan base that's used to lifting pocket protectors and calculators, and they just lifted a goalpost and took it 2 miles down the road and threw it in the Cumberland River. Cole, well, now Vanderbilt is auctioning off all kinds of items and memorabilia from that game. I don't know where this money is going. I don't know if they're going to do something great and donate it to Hurricane Helene relief because people in Eastern Tennessee are still fighting and still going through that, Cole. But they also have a $100,000 fine that they're covering because the SEC levied a $100,000 fine for ripping down the goalpost. First of all, just the sheer marketing dollars of the number of times they've shown Vanderbilt in that clip on TV in the last 24 hours alone is worth $100K. You can't beat that kind, and they're going to be shown all over College Game Day and all over ESPN for a week and all over every show that adds video to their shows. So they're getting a ton of advertising out of this, Cole, but they got to pay for that. They got to pay for that fine. Somebody, maybe a rich donor is going to come around and cut them a check for $100K, but they have pulled the goalposts out of the Cumberland River. By the way, goalposts aren't as heavy as you think they are.
Really?
It's just a metal tube. It's just a pipe, right? It's not that heavy. So they pulled it out of the river. They have cut it up into pieces, Cole, and they're auctioning it off piece by piece.
Wow.
They have currently on this one particular auction website, They have two 8-inch pieces of the crossbar that have already sold at auction for $4,000 a piece.
4,000?
Yep. They have they have multiple 4-inch pieces, which have already sold for over $1,000 each. That's the bargain right there. Why don't you just get a couple of 4-inch pieces, put them together, bam, you save half the money. They are auctioning off the 4 autographed pylons from the field. Clark Lee autographed the pylons. Those are for sale. They are auctioning off 4 game balls, and they are auctioning off a game-worn helmet. Current bid, $30,000.
That's stupid. That's so stupid. Look, I get winning. I get knocking off Alabama for the first time ever and being the biggest upset. And look, they deserve all of the attention and praise. However, people who spend money on this stuff, Diesel, like, you've got issues. You've got big money issues, first of all. $30,000?
$30,000, but you've got a piece of history.
I don't give a rip.
If you could get the whole team to autograph that helmet, like, that's a great piece of memorabilia, right?
There's no way I'd pay $30,000 for anything related to sports. Anything.
Really?
No.
How much have you gambled total in your lifetime of gambling?
$5.
That's not true.
You said today?
A pop times how many times? Yeah. See, you're out there just throwing it away.
No, not that kind of
peeing
money.
it into the wind.
I'm not. I gamble chump change.
Yeah. Well, the question is, if you've ever been a part of a major upset, if your school has ever been a part of a major upset, how did you and your school celebrate that win? 71307. Text in. You can start your text with keyword fan or give us a call on the renewal by Anderson of the Carolinas fan phone, 844-326-3663. Texter wants to know, Jared Tripp wants to know, why did Arkansas get fined more than Vandy? I don't know.
They had Tyson money.
I don't know, Texter. What do you mean? Did they tear down goalposts
well,
this
they
year?
didn't tear them down. Arkansas lowered them.
They lowered them?
I think Arkansas got fined just for storming. Okay. They did what you talked about at Clemson, how they did it at Arkansas too. I saw the video, but I don't know what they did to get a fine. I guess you just get fined for rushing the field. I think in the SEC you do, right?
Yeah, there is that fine in the SEC. Texter also says 0-60 against AP top 5. What did I say? Did I say top 25? Did I say top 10? It's possible. It's possible that I said the wrong thing, Texter. So thank you for correcting me. Texter says, oh my God, Vanderbilt stole a goalpost. They should discontinue the program. It's in all caps, so it's got to be Tom who's texting in. Joe D asks, did anyone pick Vandy in the upset picks challenge? Well, yes, Joe D. Somebody did pick Vandy. James Owens, this lucky son of a has never picked in this challenge before.
That's unbelievable.
He was brand new to this challenge, a baby picker. God. First time ever. Walks in and scores 23, which, by the way, according to Dan, our in-house statistician, that is the largest upset that's ever hit in the upset picks challenge. He said last year there was a Colorado game where they were 21.5-point dogs that they won. So that was the previous largest upset pick. This is the largest upset pick ever successfully completed.
That's amazing.
That's huge. Texter says Arkansas was fined more because it was their second offense. Third offense is $500,000. Texter says, this is Corn Chip, I think I saw Vandy's amount of the fine was lower due to it being a first-time offense. I don't know, Corn Chip. I'm reading off the article. $100,000 fine is what they're saying it was. I don't know if they've changed it. I don't know if they've negotiated it down. I'm not entirely sure. Dan B says, when I was in high school and the Huskers beat the Sooners, I think 19-14, I went down and helped carry a goalpost out of the stadium. My dad was angry. He has a 5-letter word. When I told him, Madcraft says they marched it. All 50 of them looked like ants carrying a cracker. He's talking about the Vandy fans carrying the goalpost out of the stadium. By the way, I guess they could get it out of the stadium because half the stadium is currently under construction.
Yeah, Texter did 414 Diesel from the 414 rather 13 minutes ago. Get in a upset celebration text. 414 says senior at Clemson in 2003, beat number 3 FSU 26-10, tore down goalpost. They cut it up. I have a foot section in my office. It's funny, Texture, that you bring that up from the 414 because I mentioned that game to last week on Monday when we talked to David Hood. Wasn't David Hood. It was 2 weeks ago. Maybe it was David Hood. I mentioned that game to someone. I think it was a guest of ours.
It's Don.
Don Munson. That's right.
Yeah,
Thank you for that. Don Munson and I were talking about that game when Florida State was number 3, old Charlie Whitehurst. And, yeah, you're right. After that, the AD texter, Terry Don Phillips, had to change how the goalposts were built and, make sure that never happened again. That's probably, one of the Clemson fans out there that were at that game or remember watching it. Like, that's probably one of the all-time best performances that wasn't a national championship game, that wasn't the Clemson LSU game. Charlie Whitehurst, Dwayne Coleman, I forget who else, but a lot of good players on that team in 03.
When I was at App, the goalpost came down multiple times. That was kind of the thing. You just tore it down after big time games. I know there was a home upset over Georgia Southern. I can't remember. These were FCS days, so both were highly ranked. There was a time when the goalpost came down. They took it around the end zone facility and ran one of the goalposts through the open door of the Georgia Southern team bus, and it went out the front windshield. So Georgia Southern had to drive all the way back to Statesboro, Georgia, with a busted windshield.
Good.
So that was a fun one.
Yeah.
When App State beat Michigan. Now, this was a road game, by the way. A road game in Michigan. Fans and students let out of their dorms, went into the stadium, which was open, by the way. Tore the goalpost down, threw them into the duck pond down the hill. Pulled them out of the duck pond, went around campus into downtown Boone, took them down King Street, that's the main drag, through downtown Boone, and then ran them up a mountain, dropped them off on the Chancellor's front lawn. Yeah, that's a lot of work. I'm going to see if I can get an idea of how far that run is.
Texter says, per ACC Network, if SMU and Clemson both went out because they don't play head-to-head, the next tiebreaker is conference strength of schedule of, let me click on the text, non-common opponents, SMU, Duke, BC. Okay, and that comes from Tyler and Easley. Tyler, appreciate the text, 71307. Texter says, I've seen a game-worn David Ortiz jersey from his final year, 2016, go for 1/6 of the current bid of the Vandy helmet. Wowza. Amazon guy says the best part was them playing Nick Saban's comment on the Jumbotron after the game. God, that's like rubbing it in, man.
So according to the map that I'm looking at right here, and this is maybe not an exact figure, but the time App State students got the goalposts out of the duck pond and ran them up to the Chancellor's house, it was roughly a 3-mile round trip to get them up a mountain into the Chancellor's front lawn.
It's dedication.
Shout
I
out.
like it. All right. Are they where they are supposed to be? We look at the AP poll top 10, maybe even the top 25, and get your thoughts. Diesel and I will react. Movement, a lot of movement, as you can imagine with the upsets that we had, and the Clemson Tigers finding themselves back inside the top 10. We'll get to that next. Are they where they are supposed to be, Diesel? AP top 25. It looks different. You and I jinxed it last week talking about, I said, it's a terrible weekend for football, right? No good games. And what happens? Well, you know what breaks loose. Texas stays number 1. I said that wrong. Texas jumps to number 1. They moved up a spot. Ohio State also moves up. Oh, come on. Who has it better than Texas? You don't even play and move up. Ohio State moves to 2. Oregon now 3. Penn State 4. A big jump for the Nittany Lions. And Georgia, no movement at 5. So, Diesel, your top 5 right now as of October 7th. Georgia, Penn State, Oregon, Ohio State 2, Texas 1. I don't have a huge issue with the top 5, but I'll tell you this. I wouldn't expect Penn State. At the beginning of the season, Diesel, I would not have expected Penn State to be in the top 5.
Yeah, that's the one that kind of has you scratching your head, but they're sitting at 5-0 right now. Penn State still has all of their schedule in front of them. That's the thing about Penn State. They have
got USC this week.
They got USC this week. But USC now is falling out of the top 25.
Are they all the way? All the way?
I believe so.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, Penn State has the opportunity though, Cole, to have their best season in a long time. They go on the road at USC, bye week on the road at Wisconsin, and we just watched Wisconsin put up a ton of points on who?
Let's not talk about
Purdue. Remember who? Wait, who picked Purdue? Is
some idiot? Idiot.
I feel like it should be -3. New rule, Dan. -3 if you're a DA that picks an upset pick and you get blown out by 21 or more.
It wasn't even close. It wasn't even close. I watched that game on my phone, like the score update, and I was just like, God, not going.
Then Penn State has Ohio State coming to town, Washington coming to town. They go on the road to Purdue. You going to pick them again?
Heck no.
Okay.
No.
On the road at Minnesota, who got a big win over USC this weekend. So not a lot of ranked teams left on their schedule.
Yeah.
Of course, they still have number 2 Ohio State coming up. But again, they get them at home. That Beaver Stadium is going to be absolutely nuts for that week. I mean, I can't wait. That's going to be a top 5 matchup, assuming that Penn State can hold on and beat USC. USC, I think, showing themselves as another team with not great defense again this year.
So Miami goes to 6. They jump up 2 spots, Diesel. Alabama falls to 7, dropping
that's
6
a long
spots.
way.
I'll tell you this. I think they should have fell more.
Think so?
I think they should have
fallen out of the top 10.
I think they should be 10. I really do. You lose to Vanderbilt. Yeah, I think you should be 10.
Yeah, we're talking to Grayson Mann earlier, and we're going to replay that conversation coming up for you at 6:20, asking him if he thought what we saw from Clemson was a top 10 performance. Look, I'm not being a hater of Clemson here. I promise you that I'm not. It was kind of the most boring 500-yard of offense performance I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
A lot of points in the first quarter, then they just kind of shut things down in the second half. They kicked 2 field goals. The game was under their control, but I thought Dabo would want to put his foot on the throat a little bit more, keep his foot on the gas, score some points, and try to wash that Georgia flavor out of your mouth. Leave no doubt going down the stretch. But a couple weeks from now, people are going to say, well, Clemson, they only beat Florida State by a little bit. They didn't really dominate them.
And real quick, rounding out the top 10, Diesel, the Volunteers dropped 4 spots to number 8 in the country. Ole Miss moved up 3. They're now 9. Clemson moved up 5. So Clemson coming in at number 10. You and I talked a few weeks ago about when Clemson was sneaking to the top 10. I said Florida State. I wasn't real confident in it, though. But here they are. They're in the top 10.
Cole, when we come back, we're going to have the conversation. Should the Carolina Panthers draft a quarterback in the 2025 NFL draft? It certainly looks like they're headed that way for a top 5 pick. But is that what they should do with it? We'll get to that next on the Fan Upstate. Well, we thought that Andy Dalton was going to ride in on his orange horse and fix everything for the Carolina Panthers. That has not proven to be the case thus far, Cole.
No.
1-2 in his tenure as the starting quarterback of the Carolina Panthers. Dave Canales has already come out and said that Andy Dalton will start this week for the Panthers. Which, by the way, if you want to come out and have a beer with me, I'll be at Dave & Buster's Sunday at 1 o'clock. Every Sunday at 1 o'clock. I'm there.
I hope they pay
out.
you a lot to watch the
well,
to
not,
watch
not
the
a
Panthers.
lot. Not a lot, but yeah, especially when it's to come and watch the Carolina Panthers. It's hard, man. And I think maybe the best thing about that game on Sunday is that Fox Carolina, who was carrying the game, kept having problems with their signal. So it would cut out every couple of minutes. Like it would cut off. And then after about 90 seconds to 2 minutes, you get the audio back. And then after about 30 seconds, you get the video back. And all of a sudden, Chicago had scored another touchdown.
You were hoping to just cut away to the Weather Channel.
It was absurd. Right? It was absolutely absurd what was going on. Not Dave & Buster's fault. That was all Fox Carolina. Everybody's still dealing with Hurricane Helene, dealing with broadcasting issues. So I'm not throwing any shade at them. Mm-hmm. But it clearly looks, Cole, like this team is careening headlong towards another high draft pick. Like we thought,
like really high.
We were even afraid, actually. You and I were afraid for the Carolina Panthers that Andy Dalton would come in and win too many football games and then have this team outside of the top 5, 6, 7, 8 draft picks, maybe even outside of the top 10.
You're right.
That was a legitimate concern. I remember when we were debating a few weeks ago whether or not they should take Bryce Young out. The question was, well, if they leave Bryce in, he's going to clearly show you that he's not the guy. If any of you still had any concerns whatsoever. And Andy Dalton might mess up and win too many games and put them in a position where they're not going to get a high draft pick.
Correct.
And that seems like that's not going to be a real big problem going down the remainder of this schedule, because they do have a decently tough schedule. According to tankathon.com, which is a website where you can go, and it has multiple sports on there, by the way. You can go look and see, based on the current record when they're in season, see what are the odds to get the number 1 overall pick in the sports that drew the draft process the way that the NFL does, where the worst team gets the best pick. And the Carolina Panthers right now are in a 6-way tie at 1-4. So they are currently for first place. So they're going to get they have a very good shot of having the number 1 overall pick. And the question is, Cole, at this point of the season, looking down this roster, which has deficiencies all over the place, what should the Carolina Panthers do with their potential top 5 draft pick? Could be anywhere inside that top 5. We have a texter here who says, I honestly wanted the Panthers to ride with Sam Darnold and draft the best player available at pick number 9 this year. We had so many more issues than quarterback. He's talking about last year, not this year. You're right, texter. You're right. Ride with Sam Darnold a little bit longer. By the way, how much does it hurt to watch Sam Darnold leading the Vikings to a 5-0 start?
Yeah.
Like, this guy sucked in Carolina. You let him go. He's only thrown for over 1,000 yards, 11 touchdowns already, tied for 14th. It's not tied, but he's in 14th place as far as QBR goes in the NFL. Not great, but he's 5-0. That's what matters.
So I know that there are 2 philosophies when you talk about what do you do with the number 1 draft pick, assuming the Carolina Panthers do get the number 1 draft pick, which right now it seems as if they'll be drafting pretty high. So they'll have a good shot at a really good quarterback. I understand the 2 philosophies out there, Diesel, of number 1 being something you and I have talked about before, of drafting a good football team. Will McClay, who's one of the absolute best in the NFL, always hangs his hat on drafting a solid team. Obviously, quarterback matters, but one of those philosophies is draft a good team, and then one day you'll find your quarterback, and hopefully you'll be able to plug and play that quarterback. The other philosophy of taking a quarterback and then building around him is where a lot of teams go, right? Jaden Daniels in Washington. I mean, it could not have worked out more perfect for Jaden Daniels, Diesel. The only problem with the first philosophy of drafting a really good team, trying to get the right pieces in place, improving your roster, and then finding a quarterback. To me, the only problem with that is how long does it take your guys, your front office, your director of player personnel, and your GM to find the right quarterback? Because if you're not finding the right guy within 4 to 6 years, you're wasting all this money paying all these guys, but you don't even have a guy who can go take you to the promised land.
Yeah.
And then on the flip side, if you get the right guy, but he doesn't have the talent around him, kind of like my opinion, Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville, who just doesn't have a ton of talent, it's a double-edged sword both ways. In my opinion, there are pros and cons to both. And I don't think, even today in 2024, I don't think there's been a proven method of this is the only way that works. I really think it depends on who the player is that you take.
Well, you're asking how long does it take to find the right quarterback if you're the Cleveland Browns, like 40 years?
Well, they still haven't.
Right. They still have it to be determined, right?
That's the challenge.
Right. So you can certainly pick a philosophy that works out for you, that you like best. I mean, with Chicago Bears, they brought in a whole lot of pieces. They brought in DJ Moore. They brought in a lot of guys. And then they went and got Caleb Williams, number 1 overall.
Yeah.
And they're sitting pretty in a good spot. Now, Caleb Williams had a great game against Carolina. Outside of that, he's been pretty mediocre to bad. So was he just good against the bad Carolina Panthers defense, or was Caleb Williams showing why he was the number 1 overall pick overall?
Right.
My philosophy, Cole, and here's what I would do if it was my money. If I was Dan Morgan, if I was David Tepper, I would sit with Andy Dalton for 1 more year because you have no idea if this rookie that you bring in next year, let's say you draft Shadur Sanders, right? Just for the sake of argument. Yeah. Let's say you draft Shadur Sanders, who is, by the way, currently listed as the number 1 quarterback on this particular draft board that I'm looking at tankathon.com. Quinn Ewers 2, Cam Ward 3, Carson Beck 4, Jalen Milroe 5. I think you could draft a couple of those guys and have a good chance of success. Quinn Ewers now makes me a little bit nervous. He would have been my first choice until Quinn Ewers got himself into this little cycle of injuries, right? He was injured a lot last year. He's been injured again this year. Is he unlucky or is he just injury prone? Is there something going on internally where he keeps re-aggravating issues? Now I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking down this draft board, Cole, and probably my most favorable quarterback is Cam Ward. I like Cam Ward a lot.
I do too.
Especially with the way the Carolina Panthers want to play. I like Cam. I am sort of cooling off a little bit on Carson Beck. I think he's still a great quarterback. You wouldn't go too wrong with him. I like Jalen Milroe. I like Miller Moss quite a bit as well. So you've got some fine options there at quarterback. I mean, you got a lot of really good options, and there's a good chance, honestly, Cole, that we see like 2 or 3 quarterbacks again inside the top 5 this year. But if I'm the Carolina Panthers, and I know Andy Dalton has the potential to play the way he did in week number, 3 or 4 against the Raiders, I'm sitting for 1 more year saying, I'm not sure really about the personality and the attitude of Shadur. I'm not sure about the injury-prone level of Quinn Ewers. I'm not sure about the gunslinger mentality of Cam Ward. I'm not sure about the ups and downs of Carson Beck. I'm going to go out there and get the best player I can get inside the top 5 because the Carolina Panthers need everything.
Yeah.
I mean, they just had their center go out for the entire season.
It's the conversation and debate GMs have every year. Do you take the best player overall?
It's such a gamble,
or do you take your best or your biggest need? Again, do you take your biggest need if you're a team drafting? It's the number 1 question that every NFL team faces every year. Do you pick, especially if you have an early pick, do you pick your biggest need or do you take the best player overall? Here's what's interesting about the draft for the Panthers. Diesel, draft order matters. Let's say, for example, the Panthers don't get the number 1 pick. Let's say it's the Patriots who get the first pick, the Bengals get the second, and maybe Jacksonville gets the third. Mm-hmm. Well, guess what? All 3 of those teams have their quarterback. You know, the Patriots aren't drafting the quarterback, the Bengals aren't, and the Jaguars aren't. So maybe if you're the Browns or the Rams, who we expect to be in that top 6 or 7 for the number 1 or for the number 1 overall pick, maybe the Browns or the Rams take a quarterback with Matthew Stafford aging. But if the Carolina Panthers get, let's say, 6, let's say the Panthers have the 6th overall pick in 2025, Diesel, come April, and you're the team that has the chance to make the run on quarterbacks. In a hypothetical world, all 5 picks ahead of you have not taken quarterbacks, but you are the team at number 6 who's going to get the run started. I think it's such a hard place to be because you do need a quarterback. But then to your point, to your conversation about keeping Andy Dalton, what if you miss on, what if you keep Andy Dalton and Miami's Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders ends up being really good, and then you mess up again?
It's a gamble.
It's a gamble.
It is. And here's a tough spot that Carolina finds themselves in. Deontay Johnson, wide receiver, best wide receiver on the team right now.
Yeah.
Free agent this year. Andy Dalton, free agent this year. Austin Corbett, again, out for the season with a bicep rupture, free agent. Linebacker Shaq Thompson, out for the year, free agent. And your punter Johnny Hecker, free agents. You've got some major positions of concern right there. So the Carolina Panthers have every right, in my mind, to go wide receiver, quarterback, linebacker, defensive end with whatever top 10 pick they get.
Yeah, so I've thought about it during this segment as well as before this segment, Diesel. And I'll tell you what I would do if I was the Panthers. You said what you would do if you were Dan Morgan. I'll tell you what I would do. If I have, if I have a pick inside the top 8 in 2025, right? I'm not taking a quarterback. If I'm Dan Morgan, what I'm going to do is I'm going for the next 2 to 3 years, Diesel, try to build a roster that's competitive to where I can plug and play a guy from free agency and be able to compete, a la a Baker Mayfield in Tampa Bay. I look at what Tampa Bay did. They brought in Tom Brady, and in the first season of Tom Brady's career at Tampa Bay, they go win a Super Bowl. Again, I know it's Tom Brady, but then Baker Mayfield comes in last year, has success. If I'm the Panthers and I'm Dan Morgan, Diesel, for the next 2 to 3 years, I'm going to use my picks on really good players, best players available, and then maybe in free agency, I can make a trade and acquire, not Baker, obviously. I don't think he'd come back, but a guy like Baker Mayfield that may be a good enough quarterback to get you over the hump. I would not take the risk with taking a quarterback with the Panthers.
Wesley Roberts has jokes. He says, if we go by statistics and Panthers history, they will draft DJ Uiagalelei. Madcraft, though, says DJ has ties to Clemson. That's enough to deter the Panthers.
That's true.
So that's good.
That's true.
Yeah.
I just think it's so interesting. And, I do think, Diesel, the risk is more than the reward in this case. Like, you just can't – you and I both know they need to hit on a pick, right? However, you can't afford to miss anymore. The Panthers just can't afford to miss on these picks, and that's why I think they need to start going more conservative and just stacking the roster, to your point, getting guys, getting dudes, young players, building a talented roster, and then you find your quarterback. I'm just tired of all the risk not panning out.
Well, Texter says, and this is an interesting text here, it says, is Arch Manning worth tanking for? Number one, we don't know. To this point, we don't know. He's got all the pedigree. He hadn't played a ton this year, but he's looked good.
He's a what?
He's a freshman. He's a true freshman. So you've got to wait minimum 2 more years before you can draft him. So that would be the 25. That would be the 2027 draft. Would be the first opportunity you have to draft Arch Manning. So can you wait until 2027 to build up a team for Arch Manning? Yeah, I don't know that you can.
Are you gonna? The question you just asked is, are you gonna suck for 2 more years to get really? Because if you're gonna get them, you have to suck for 2 more years, and that's just, you're not gonna sell tickets that way.
No, I think you can build up a team. Cole and I think we're in pretty tight agreement here.
Yeah.
You can build up a team. Maybe you can sign Andy Dalton for 1 more year or 2 more years on a short-term deal. I know Andy's getting older. He's 36 years old now. Do we really think Andy's going to play till 40? No. So I would see if I could sign Andy for one more year, see if I can kick that can down the road, see what happens. It's probably time to just go ahead and cut Bryce Young, move on from him, and see if you can find yourself a serviceable backup and start building. You got to build offensive line. You got to build defensive line. You got to build wide receivers. You got to build everything. If you're this team, it is crucial to get it right. And starting in 2026, Cole, is when you finally start getting some real money to play with in the free agency pool. So you have some cap space. You might actually be able to go out and be a buyer at that point as well.
I want to go to Bill, but Diesel, I'll tell you what I think of. I think if I'm the Panthers, I build a roster. I don't draft a quarterback. I continue to draft and build from the offensive line out, right, inside out, and maybe go after a guy like Josh Dobbs, who's a backup at San Francisco, somebody who's talented. I don't know how much you'd have to give up to go get a Josh Dobbs, but bring somebody in there to be the bridge quarterback, right, to win some games until you get your guy. I just think that it's too risky. 844-FAN phone, 844-326-3663. Bill wants to chime in on the conversation. What's up, Bill?
Hey, boys. So I think the Panthers need to wait on a quarterback. And here's the thing. Diesel, I'm pretty sure Arch Manning is a redshirt freshman, so you only have to wait 2 years. And we need enough stuff in Carolina that 2 years is not out of the question to get in the sweepstakes for Bryce Young. You need enough offensive line. You need a new running back. You're going to need wideouts for him to get the ball to. You find a serviceable back. You might even find out Bryce Young after you put a line in front of him that he's not half bad. What do you think, boys?
Look, Bill, the Bryce train's left for me, man. The ship sailed. There's just, I hear you, but what are you going to have to do to get Bryce Young to be good? Build the Great Wall of China? I just haven't seen enough, Bill.
And to your point,
I agree that he's not the future of what Carolina wants, but he's serviceable until you build enough around to get somebody new.
Maybe so.
And then you're not losing capital.
By the way, Diesel, Arch will be eligible in 2026.
Okay, so he is right. He was a redshirt freshman. He redshirted in 2023. Billy, I just went on ESPN.com and they don't list him as a redshirt freshman. They just list him as a freshman. So I appreciate you picking up that mistake there. So yeah, he's available in 2026. By the way, Billy, congratulations to you. You are sitting in 15th place in the Upset Picks Challenge at 21 points. You're 22 points behind first place, but sitting with 21 points and 15th. You're sitting pretty right now, my friend.
Thank you, gentlemen. I hope y'all have a good rest of your day.
Appreciate you, Bill. Congrats to you, Bill. You're sitting really good.
Yeah.
Like, that's a good spot to be in right now in the middle of the season.
Sitting at the tail end of column number 1. This thing has grown so big, Cole. We have to have 3 columns now just to get everybody. We have over 90 Tolos who have points on the board. Nashty, Shane from Sugar Tit, Ruby Downs, all of you could fall off the board this week if you miss, but you could get back on the board. We had 9 new Tolos make the board this week, Cole. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Wesley Roberts says on the Facebook stream, why do we think Bryce Young is the issue when it's proven the other quarterbacks like Mayfield and Darnold sucked in Carolina too? It's a good point. Look, and to Billy's point, Diesel, I'm not opposed to keeping Bryce as long as it's very clear that we're building a roster the right way so that one day we can bring somebody in to elevate this team. Bryce isn't the answer long term. I don't think so. I don't believe you think so.
No.
Maybe Billy said it, though. He's serviceable enough. Is he? I don't know. I mean,
the best thing we could hope for Bryce Young is that he is decent enough for the Carolina Panthers to get some value out of him. Ship him off, trade him.
I don't think he is.
I don't think he is either,
man.
I don't think he is either. But like, what if Andy Dalton goes down and all of a sudden Bryce Young has turned it around and he is a decent enough quarterback that you could get some trade value, trade him as a backup.
Yeah. And maybe you do. It's just so tough with the position they're in. And who's to say, who knows when Bryce Young will play again, right? We don't know.
Yeah.
And if he'll be worth a crap when he does play, it's a tough situation. I just think, to put a bow on it, they've missed so many times already. Diesel, they're in such bad shape. You cannot continue to take the big gambles anymore, man. You got to start building the team. You got to start getting a defense like they used to have in Charlotte.
When we come back, we'll replay a conversation from earlier with Grayson Mann of TigerNet. We talk Clemson's performance against Florida State, what we saw out of it. That's coming up next on the Fan Upstate.
Pat Boyle for Gridiron Game Day. The biggest plays and latest news as it happens every Sunday afternoon. Gridiron Game Day on the Fan Upstate. I'm Tony Kaziri with your sports update on the Fan Upstate. NFL, the Carolina Panthers losing to the Chicago Bears on Sunday 36-10, dropping to 1-4 on the season. Andy Dalton threw for 136 yards on 18 completions. He also had an interception. Chuba Hubbard with the Panthers' only touchdown of the game. Carolina had 3 turnovers in the loss. They'll host the Atlanta Falcons on Sunday. NASCAR, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. won the Yellowwood 500 at the Talladega Super Speedway Sunday. That snapped a 65-race losing skid. He is not a playoff driver, so it marks the second straight week that there was no automatic berth into the third round. That race included a 27-car crash involving 8 of the 12 playoff drivers. NASCAR wrapping up round 2 Sunday at Charlotte, where they'll run on the road course. College football AP poll released on Sunday, Clemson moving up 5 spots to number 10. Download the Odyssey app and search the Fan Upstate and listen anywhere on your phone. I'm Tony Kaziri, and that's your Sports Flash on the Fan Upstate. Ready to take your business to the next level? In today's fast-paced marketing world, staying ahead isn't just an option, it's essential. That's where scale marketing comes in. We don't just help you compete, we make sure you win. Whether you're looking to grow, expand, or overcome stagnation, scale marketing is your performance marketing partner. We specialize in helping mid-sized B2C companies with teams of over 100 thrive. Scale Marketing is a full-service agency offering expertise in performance marketing across traditional and digital platforms, creative production, and data analytics. We treat your money like it's our own, ensuring every dollar is spent with purpose and every decision is driven by data. Our knowledgeable team stays ahead of the trends, crafting strategies that align with your business goals. Partnering with Scale Marketing means gaining a dedicated strategist and a team committed to your success. If you're ready to lead the market, visit scalemarketing.com today. That's scalemarketing.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for
Grayson, want to start with obviously the biggest news of the weekend. Clemson's Dabo Swinney came to Tallahassee for the first time as a head coach 16 years ago with one career victory to his name. He leaves Tallahassee on Saturday as the ACC's all-time winningest coach. What an accomplishment. I don't know if people understand how big that is, Grayson. Thanks for hopping on with us.
Yeah, in a weird world of college football where longevity and just sort of something staying consistently normal in a world where we have NIL movement all over the place. It's good to see Swinney pick up that record, especially in the house that Bobby Bowden built at Florida State. So I think for Swinney, it was a great achievement, but he kept it pretty frank in his post-game press conference as well as in the speech that he made. Of course, Swinney making about the players and sort of the program he built. The thing that stuck out to me was saying, I wanted to create a program that was going to be transformational to people's lives, and I think he's done that for sure down at Clemson.
Grayson, Clemson now in the AP up to 10 after a dominant but sleepy second half performance against Florida State. You know, other chaos in the top 10 notwithstanding, because there was an awful lot of it. Do you believe that performance on Saturday was a top 10 performance?
I think it's depending on how you look at it. I think Clemson did what it needed to do and then very much controlled it the rest of the way. And I think Dave would have brought up this point as well, as it reminded us of the South Carolina game from last year where you sort of understand what you have on the other side of the ball. Brock Glenn gave Florida State a little bit more of a punch than what Uyunglele was able to serve. But once they went up 17-0, you really felt like the foot came off the gas, and it was more about taking care of the football. Obviously, you want to see some of the things clean up, like blocked field goals. 2 of those, you can't have that. Another team will make you pay, that's for sure. But I think when you look at the chaos of college football this weekend and the way that Clemson was able to go in there against a reeling Seminole team that I think really this was their last breath against a Clemson team, then there's the quote, this is their Super Bowl, very well could have against the Tigers. And I think Clemson just went in there and handled business, and you can't ask for much more on a very wacky weekend.
Grayson Mann of TigerNet.com joining us on the program. Grayson, Diesel and I talked a few weeks ago, maybe it was 2 weeks ago actually, about when we thought Clemson would enter the top 10, after the Georgia loss and the way that Clemson fell. I don't know if a lot of people expected them to enter the top 10 this quickly. However, you mentioned it with the other upsets in college football this weekend. Here they are, right? Number 10 in the country. Does this say more, in your opinion, about the improvement of Clemson, or just what I said and all of the other teams going down?
I think it could be multiple things that are true at once. I think Clemson has been an improved team from last year. When you look at 2023, I believe 5 games in, they were 3-2, and they were reeling from a couple ugly losses, being tied with Charleston Southern after 1 quarter. I think Swinney taking a timeout to avoid that fact and being unsuccessful in that stretch. But when you look at this team, you have the ugly blemish to Georgia, that's for sure. But I've seen a team that consistently is finding different ways to win, whether it's fireworks shows against NC State and Appalachian State, or you're going on the road and really controlling the environment, controlling what's in front of you. And this is a talented Florida State team. I know their record would indicate otherwise, but there's going to be players on that roster that will be playing on Sundays. Swinney made a point of that in his Tuesday press conference, that this is a team that's going to fight. And I think for Clemson, we've been always waiting for the last couple of years, especially when on paper, Clemson should take care of business. You're waiting for that moment where they pants themselves or they fall flat on their face. And so far through ACC play and against App State, we haven't really seen that. We've seen an efficient team that's capable of making explosive plays, that wants to make explosive plays, and on defense contributing and with the turnovers. And you have Terrell back-to-back interceptions, fumble recoveries, turnovers on downs. It's a more complete team than I expected at this stage of the season. But I think for the Tiger fans that are watching and listening, they'll certainly take this 4-1 result, even with the Georgia game.
Find him on Twitter at Gray_man21. That's man with 2 N's. Phil Maffa ran the ball 25 times on Saturday. The team only had 40 runs total. 11 of those other 15 were Cade Klubnik. How much of that is Phil just getting the overwhelming majority of the carries? Is Phil really seeing the field very well right now? And how much of it is just the youth and the inexperience behind him?
I think Phil Maffa was always meant to be the cowbell back for this team and really own the majority of snaps from that position. And something that I saw against Florida State was, when you get down on that field, it's humid, it's hot, it's always been that weird. And you go down there and you sort of experience that type of weather, you get tired and it starts to wear on you a little bit more. I saw Maffa, where last week against Stanford, it was more of a struggle to get things going. It started out pretty similarly, but you started to see him pick up a 5-yard gain here, turn up 7 yards this way, and then boom, there's the big play. We saw that with ETN all the time, where he might run into his center on one play because he's so freaking quick. But then once he gets that big burst, it's over. And he was a back that I think over time you're less inclined to want to tackle him because of his stature. And I think Maffa will continue to see that. And I think he sees the field pretty well. I think there are some moments where he's a little less patient than I'd like him to be. But I think overall, I think he's had a pretty solid night and something that Clemson fans should expect moving forward.
Grayson, after this weekend, we've learned that there is a lot of parity in the SEC. I don't think there's the parity in the ACC that there is in the Southeastern Conference. In your opinion, from what you've seen, not just from Clemson, Florida State, and the teams that Clemson's played, but what do you put your finger on when it comes to why this ACC just doesn't look like a conference this year? Obviously, Florida State being down doesn't help. Miami and Clemson seem like the only two dogs, the only two front runners in the conversation.
And I wouldn't leave out SMU either. They're a team that's also undefeated in conference play, also took down the Seminoles in pretty impressive fashion. Now, the funny thing about that is that Miami, Clemson, or SMU, they're all undefeated in conference play, but they don't play each other. So there's going to be someone's going to stumble at some point. But to answer your question about the ACC, I think it's just a talent thing with it. You look at schools in the SEC and Arkansas that can take down Tennessee on any given weekend. Even Vanderbilt built through the portal this offseason, and their quarterback, for all the expletives that he's going to throw on ESPN, the broadcast, he's a pretty good player out there, taking down the Crimson Tide after a big win over Georgia. The ACC's always been tough to figure out for as long as I can remember. I do still think it's a two-pronged race with Clemson and Miami, but I wouldn't be shocked if we see the Mustangs as a dark horse, and I very much mean that, pun intended.
We have Grayson Mann on the show joining us from TigerNet. Grayson, I see you rocking the Patriots hat today. I just want to know, how do you justify that? Like, how do you you're covering a good team in Clemson on Saturdays. You're a fan of a bad team in the Patriots on Sundays. Is it the good times from Saturdays sustains you through bad Sundays, or how do you personally get through that?
I think it's just understanding what's in front of me with the Patriots. And it's not been a good Monday so far with what's been reported in New England with Gerard Mayo and that's thing. But I did see a report that Drake may be starting. So wow. We may get something there against Houston on Sunday. But I think it's just I love my job and I love covering Clemson. And then on Sundays, I'm more or less just tired from the weekend. So even if New England loses by 17 to San Francisco the next day, I'm just like, I'm just happy football's on and that I just get to watch my team out there. I try to take this approach with my brother, who's a very frustrated Falcons fan. And even when the team's up by 3 and there's a first down that Baker Mayfield gets, I'm like, just enjoy that football's here, man.
That's right.
You're gonna be dying for it in April. So I think even if New England goes 1-16, I'll be sitting there when they're 1-15, hoping they get the W that Sunday. It's always a fun time.
Grayson, what do you make of the additions to Clemson's staff this offseason? We were talking earlier about South Carolina and Shane Beamer and a lot of question marks about, Dow Loggins and the play calling. But on the flip side of that, it seems as if Dabo made some really good hires during the offseason that really aren't being talked about, in my opinion, maybe enough.
Yeah, I mean, you got to start with Matt Luke and the offensive line. They continue to impress. And I think they had a little bit of a challenge with Stanford and some twists that they were maybe throwing at them. But I think overall, when you look at the product compared to last year, and it was a complete weakness in this 2023 roster. Klubnik either had no time to throw or he didn't trust that he was going to. And that was showing in his footwork within the pocket and sort of how he navigated that. And you look at it this year, everything sort of is helping each other. And with the offensive line protecting Klubnik, that was one of the positives that I came away with in the Georgia game is, okay, he's got a pocket against one of the better defensive lines in the nation. And so when you go to the App States of the world, the Virginias, I'm not trying to throw any strays out there, but the competition significantly drops off when you get to ACC play compared to the Bulldogs. So in my mind, I'm thinking this offensive line can only get better. And this is only after one game. It's through fall camp. They're not tackling very much. There's there's not much contact that you have to work with now with how they try to enhance the safety in those periods. So what Matt Luke is doing from a philosophy standpoint and just hearing how the players not only respect, just appreciate his added energy. I think one comment that really took me aback was, I think, like Miller talking about how a play went absolutely perfect. They drew it up exactly like they did in the film room. Blake jogs off after a touchdown, and Matt Luke pulls the line aside and starts ripping into him about that one play, being like, we could do this so much better, guys. And they're like, I like this. I really do. And so I think for what Dabo has done is taking someone with head coaching experience and adding that to his arsenal. And so when you have a ton of head coaches, it's sort of what the Bamas and the Georgias of the world got to appreciate is you got a lot of high caliber talent, not only on your roster, but on your coaching staff as well.
Find his work on TigerNet.com. We got Grayson Mann joining us on the show today. It's good to see Vic Burley out on the field recording a tackle. But the team as a whole on Saturday seemed to have kind of a tough time getting to Brock Glenn. They only sacked him twice in his first start. You would hope that you would see a lot more aggressiveness out of the pass rush in that game. Was it just because Florida State's offensive line really stepped up and protected him, did a great job protecting him, or did you see really Clemson dropping back a lot more, daring him to throw? And I know they did get that one pick on him.
Right. And I think with a young quarterback with limited starts, the first thing that comes to my mind is how much are they going to try to bring the house? But I think also Brock Glenn showed that he's going to have an ability to run out the pocket, and he did on certain occasions on Saturday against the Tigers. But I would have liked to have seen more pressure, especially when you have such a young and inexperienced guy back there. But I think it's also just a matter of, you know what you have with this Florida State offense. They're not going to wow you in any sort of directions. And so it's just about being on your P's and Q's. Would I have liked to see more sacks? I think so. And I think everyone listening who's a fan would, of course, want to see Brock Glenn on his back a couple more times than he did. But regardless, you get the turnover. You sort of throw different disguises at him. So I think Goodwin probably is thinking, yeah, I'd love to bring the house every single time, but let's throw some disguises in there. Let's drop a couple backers back and see if this kid can really dissect this defense. And he did at times, and he didn't. And Florida State came away with the L, and Clemson found a way to get the victory on the road.
Grayson, my last question for you. The next two games, is there any worry that this Clemson team might, go into cruise control, might overlook a Wake Forest or Virginia because they have a bye after that? And then on the 2nd of November, you have Clemson-Louisville, which when you look at the schedule up until the South Carolina game, this Louisville game is really the only game that you look at and think that's the only team that could really present challenges for the Tigers.
And I think Pittsburgh is going to be another team, too, that really gives Clemson. I think Eli Holstein and what they've done up there in Pittsburgh has been really impressive so far into the season. But I think what this weekend does for a lot of college football fans and a lot of rosters is you get to turn on the tape, and sometimes you show a play or something that gives you an example of what not to do. I think you just have to pull up the top 25 box scores and go, look what happens when you lose focus. You can have Alabama lose to Vanderbilt. You can have this or that happen. But I think also for Clemson, and Cade Klubnik touched on this week, was last year was the best thing that could have happened to this team in the sense of they've been in the trenches where the slightest mistakes can really just turn your season around in the worst way possible. So I think there's an added focus that they do not want to be in that position from last year, in a spot where they're now competing for the playoff. They're considered either an at-large bid, depending on who you ask, or the front runner for the ACC and the top 4 seed. I think there's a different focus to this team, and you've seen that in spurts, and they've really been able to come together in a really, I think, unique way. And so when I look at 2023 and I compare it to where they are right now, could there be an upset? It's college football. Anything can certainly happen, but I don't think it's going to be because they're in cruise control. But sometimes the field says one thing and the plays, they tell us another.
Grayson, do you look down the schedule and see any legitimate challenges, any real upset alerts? I mean, Louisville's now fallen outside of the top 25. They didn't suddenly forget how to play football. Pitt has made their way up into the top 25. I mean, where do you see as the most likely upset, and why?
I would think on the road against Virginia Tech or Pittsburgh. I think this Wake Forest team did just come up with a big win against North Carolina State. But I think with the way Clemson played on Saturday. That defense, we talked to Wade Woodaz and Avion Terrell. I mean, they were ticked. They felt like they really left a lot out there. And so when you have that
Time left at all.
mentality, even after just play an hour after the game, it concludes.
That's when it gets tough in the SEC. That's coming up tomorrow on the Fan Upstate and Wire to Wire.